never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Dingo in the corner, other whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. Bingo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Blood on the floor, drip, drip, sink, coffee cold, mind can't think, neon buzz, time don't blink, where'd they go, who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Dingo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Dingo in the corner, other whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. Bingo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed, justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Blood on the floor, drip, drip, sink, coffee cold, mind can't think, neon buzz, time don't blink, where'd they go, who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay, truth decay, truth decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chill to the bone, echoes of screams on a borrowed phone, a city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay, truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed, justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Hang on a minute. What is going on here? And why? That's weird. Give me a second, you guys, so you can see me. I don't know why this is doing this. Once again, leave it to me, right? 1 minute, everybody. What the hell is going on here? What in the hell? Guys, I'm here. I promise. Just give me a second. Something stuck here for some reason. And I don't understand it. It's crazy. Okay. Good Lord. Sorry about that, everybody. Hello and welcome back to the Cafe. We are open for business, folks. Guys, we're going to be talking about a little bit everything, open discussion today. A couple of things that went down in Idaho. We're going to talk about some Charlie Kirk, some stuff going on down in Texas, guys. Another case I've been obsessed with. Little bits of everything. If we can get to it all, that's the plan. So thank you guys so much for joining us today. Welcome back to the Cafe. It's great to see you all in here. I appreciate you all so very much. I hope everybody's having an amazing day. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way and share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. And with that being said, well, guess what? You know what comes next. Let's do this thing, y'all.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
Hello, and welcome back, everybody. Great to see you all here. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much. Great to see you. Great to see you. Great to see you. Yes, I was redacted. Good afternoon. It is October 2nd. It's cold today. Crazy cold. Great to have you guys here. Thank you for being here with us. Come on in. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Cup of joe, cup of whatever. Get comfortable. Find a good seat. Get comfortable, and let's do this stuff, folks. We got plenty of different things to talk about. Well, of course, we all know there's been a court mandate in the IDAHO4 case. We're going to discuss that. Hopefully, Eddie can join me and discuss that side of that. And, of course, anybody else that wants to join. You guys know I like to open this up and give everybody in here a voice. We don't get too many people, but for those of you that want to, you're always welcome to come up here and actually physically voice your feelings, opinions, thoughts, and theories. That is why I do it. I'm a little different from a lot of other creators because of that, because I think everybody should always have the availability to express their voice. So, come on in. Grab a seat, and then we're going to be jumping in to see what's going on in the Charlie Kirk situation. There's some crazy stuff in a cake. Yes, we're going to have cake, folks. Sorry. A case that I've kind of obsessed over. And maybe another connection in that one down in Texas, the Lady Bird Lake situation. We're going to discuss that slightly. And a little bit of everything, like I said, but we're going to do the best we can. Let's see who we got with us this morning, afternoon, evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Covered it all. Wherever you are, whoever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you guys today. I appreciate you all so very much. We got SRBBB in the house. Meg P, the Megastar's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Meg. Jennifer Meineke, welcome back to you. Michelle F, wonderful to have you here from over the pond. In Stitches, what's up, neighbor? Good to see you. Let's see. Hello, hello. One made nut. Eddie's in the house. Thank the Lord. Let's see. Siggy and Mike, welcome back. Beach Babe, great to see you. I hope you guys are enjoying the new. I know it's a little bit long, but I love the song Molly came up with, the new intro song. I love it, guys. I truly, truly love it. I know we wore out that other one that everybody seemed to love, the intro that I had forever and ever and ever, 3 years. That new one, though, nothing touches it. Molly's awesome. That one is amazing, and I love it. I'm working on the intro still, trying to put it better, a visual thing for you guys to see. But, yeah, we'll get it right here down the road. I'm not as good as Molly at this stuff, so I'll get it right. Let's see. Who else do we got? Samira Dalby, welcome back to you, Beach Babe. C-Jag, welcome back. Good to see you. Kent Corbett, welcome back, my friend. Typically Unique. Another awesome lady doing some great stuff over there. She has become a creator from what I found. So if we can drop Typically's link in here, I want to try to support these other creators as much as I can. Please and thank you. The Bomb Toy. Tomboy's in the house. Angel D, my favorite Aussie. Good to see you. No Talkie. B4 Coffee. Amen to that one. Welcome. It's good to see a new face in here. I love seeing the new faces and names. Wonderful. And I love your name. No Talkie before coffee. That's me all the way around. I love it, love it, love it. Very creative. Yeah, nobody approaches me in the morning before I've had at least one cup of this. They just don't because they know they're not going to get a response from me. I think I've gotten Michelle F. Yes. Miss Paula, the positive one in the house. Great to see you. Tomboy. I think I've gotten everybody so far. Eddie, welcome. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing well, thank you. And yourself?
Absolutely. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, SRB. There is that link there. Please go check out Typically Unique and the stuff that she has been putting out. Appreciate you. Typically, thank you for what you do. We'll get you out there one way or another. And that goes for all the other creators that we have. Smaller creators starting off. God bless. Doing the right thing. I appreciate it because it takes a village, folks. It takes a village to get these things out there. So I will support as many as I can. Big Red's in the house. Good to see you, Big Red. Thank you for joining us. Michelle, I'm sorry to hear that. That's horrible. You got a terrorist attack over there. Good Lord. I did not see that. I don't watch too much national news anymore because of, well, we know why. I'm so sorry to hear. I hope everything's okay. That's horrible. Good Lord. Uh-oh. We got a baby turning 20. Wow. Already. Caden's getting close too. It's crazy. 37 people in the house, guys. 30 likes. Let's hit that like button. Leave a little DNA there for me, if you will. Carolyn Prestage, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. A synagogue. Of course it is. That's horrible. I'm so sorry, Michelle. God bless. Prayers and thoughts to all of you over there that are going through this. I hope everybody will be all right. Crazy stuff. The world has gone mad. The world has gone mad. Very sad. Very sad. Every day something different, you know? Really crazy. I thought there were some requests for that stuff. Tomboy, yes. And again, everybody, I always say that Lost Space, welcome. Good to see you. Gianna Gambino. Mia. Welcome. Good to see you. Where are we at here? Again, Lost Faith. Good to see you as well. We never ever expect tips or donations, folks. It's never expected for you to be here, but it is greatly, greatly appreciated. It does help to keep the channel moving, it keeps all the bills paid, and keeps us out here on a daily basis. So thank you to all of you, whether it be the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, the Super Chat, Super Stickers, gifting memberships, whatever it is, the Amazon thing, all of it, guys. It's all very much appreciated if you should choose to support that way. But better yet, just hit that like button. Being here is absolutely the best thing in the world for me, and supporting our channel the way you do is absolutely what I love. So thank you. Gianna Gambino. I love the name. I love the name. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So, what is going on in your up 360 life? Good to see you. Evening to you from the UK. We get a lot of UKers in here, and I love you guys to death. I truly do. You and the Aussies. I love it. What's going on in your world today, Eddie? Anything exciting?
No, I've just been, around YouTube, and you're right. There's a lot to cover.
Hmm.
So much is going on. Now I'm intrigued about what Michelle F. had to say about the terrorist attack
I'm gonna have to
in
look that too.
UK. I haven't heard anything about it, but I'm curious to see how the news has been handling it.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, because we don't get to see a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? Anything that happens over there, they kind of keep it to themselves. I'm gonna look into it here in a minute. It's probably gonna be the first thing we look at since it is such a serious thing.
Did
Three
you
passed away, including the perp. He had a knife and a bomb. Jesus.
have you been aware, Dago, that the UKers, their freedom of speech is not as
Not as open as ours.
guaranteed as ours.
Yeah,
And
that is
when they
fact.
post things that are against the narrative on like social media, they can have law enforcement
Yes.
arrest them.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Eddie. In fact, when I was covering the Nicola Bully case, I was pretty deep. I think you were around back then. I don't know if you remember that one or not. It was the young woman they found in the river, deceased, and I argued.
Yes, very much so. Followed
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I was pretty deep in that one. And there was a guy. I guess he was a barber. Okay, that was his actual job, but he started doing YouTube. Kind of a muscular guy with a crazy looking hairdo. That was going around covering the case over there. On boots on the ground, doing this and doing that, and he got arrested 3 times because he was trying to ask questions and saying things live, and they arrested him and put him in jail 3 different times. I can't remember the dude's name, and then he just disappeared. I don't know if he got fed up or they got fed up with him, and he was like tired of going to jail or what. But yeah, they arrested him live too, Eddie. A couple times he was alive and right in the middle of what he was talking about with Nicholas Case, and boom, there they were. It was pretty wild though. And that's it's one thing that I gotta say. We're lucky over here, guys. We get is as much mis and disinformation we get from it. We have the ability to have media put things out, so on and so forth. But it's not always a good thing either because it's a lot of mis and or disinformation. But yeah, they're pretty locked down over there. I agree with you.
Well, as far as that goes, our First Amendment right, our freedom of speech is being curtailed too over here. Slowly but surely, it's being constrained. And if nobody has been able to see that yet or hasn't perceived it, it's time to be more alert and wake up because it is the truth.
Yes. Jessica Volk, welcome to you, Sky 1088. Good to see you, Sky. Says, I'm glad you're mentioning UK. They are trying to bring in digital ID here. Many will not consent. More would if they knew it. Okay, well, here's the thing, Sky. First off, welcome. Wonderful to have you here, Sky. And I love my UKers. I love the UK. Always have. I've always wanted to be there. So I appreciate when we have our people from over the pond join us. We have a very large family spread very far and wide, folks. We have people in the UK, Australia. I love my Aussies as well. I love Australia. Norway, Germany, Japan. We have people in Africa. We've had people that come into this community from everywhere, and I love it. Absolutely love it. But if you're talking about digital ID, if they're talking about like putting a chip in your hand and stuff like that, and that would be how you scan yourself for an ID and stuff, if that's what you mean, it's been talked about here, and you're going to have to put a bullet in me before you're going to do that to me. I'm sorry, I won't do it. I won't do it. I'm not an overly religious person. Okay, don't get me wrong. I have my faith. I believe in and God up above and all that. That's me. Not everybody feels that way. I'm not shoving it down your throat, but I did read through the Bible, folks. I'm a Roman Catholic, being Italian and all that kind of stuff. I was raised in that. I don't go to church. I can have church in my bathroom. I have my own faith. That's what I'm saying. So part of something I read out of the Bible a long time ago told me that something about taking the mark of the beast and all this kind of stuff, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm good on that. That to me, putting a chip in your hand is, in my opinion, some form of that. And I won't do it. I'm sorry. And I'm not telling you guys how to think, feel, or anything. It's just, I'm good. You're not
Okay,
going to
well, I'm
mark.
with you. It's not happening here. Won't happen.
Oh, they won't let it happen here. There's no way in hell that they will let it happen. They would. It would
No.
create a
What I'm
revolution.
saying is here. I'm pointing at myself.
Oh, with you. Yeah. I got you, buddy. 100%. Yes, Gianna. Absolutely. That is exactly what it is considered to me. And it's coming, folks. I promise you it's coming. Not going to happen. It means all your data is centralized. Okay. Well, in a sense, same thing. Same thing. And listen, folks, I'm sure they're already chipping people. They've been doing it to animals. And they may even be doing the shit that we don't know, surgeries and stuff. It is what it is. I'm just telling you,
I agree, Sky.
not doing it.
You
Control is
cannot
killing.
convince me otherwise that if that day comes when people are chipped, that would put you as a pin drop on the globe in real time wherever your location is.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me otherwise.
Yeah, it's all about control. I agree with that. And once again, getting us underneath that thumb, and they've got us enough. They don't need any more from us. Something like that, in my opinion, is going to create a revolution. Okay. And we will be moving into our next civil war if that happens, in my opinion. So there's too many people that refuse to be held down, to be controlled, and we shouldn't be. This is our country. They work for us. Okay. Remember that. That's why I made these We the People songs and saying we need to do better we need to stand up for each other and support each other instead of fighting with each other and wanting to kill each other. Okay. We need to support each other and be the one that we are, the people. Okay. Because we're all we got, folks. That's what I've been saying this forever. Eddie, you've heard me say it. I don't know how many times. My mods know we are all we have. Without each other, there's nothing. So we need to stick together. It shouldn't take a horrific tragedy or something in that aspect to bring us together, folks. That's just sad to me. We are amazing people. We are beautiful people. All of us, all of you. And there's so much that we can provide to each other, to the world. We need to stay together and not let them divide us. And do better, folks. Do better, please. So I'm done with my sermon. I'm sorry, I'm not preaching, but it's just something I daily think and talk about. I promote as much positivity as I can. Yeah. One of the last things I say when I leave every day is to make sure that you love yourselves and love each other. Facts. That's facts. Self-care is important and caring for each other. That's why I love this community. I truly, absolutely love this community. Because everybody that's in this community supports each other, loves one another, and all of that stuff, guys. It's very important that we need to do that as a whole. So
Last thing I'll say on that is, and then I'll drop it. I don't want to broach the topic and then get into this, but
sure.
2019 was like the test run of that.
Oh yeah. When the pandemic and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. And Sky, yeah, you're right. You won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to do your banking.
Right.
Your employment, would be denied if you didn't. That is how they would control that. Is you wouldn't be able to live your life unless you complied.
That's it. Like I said, this guy's not doing it, folks. Just so you know, it's not going to happen. So if it ever came down to it, Dago will disappear. That'll be that. Off to the mountains I go. Annie's in the house. Miss Potts, wonderful to see you today. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the. I'm sure it's pretty simple. Witchy, good to see you. Tonka's in the house. Great to have you here as well. Right, Sky. Absolutely. Yep. You're on top of it. You are on top of it, Sky. 100%. Yeah. That's very true too, Meg. That's like I said, they probably already have all these things. We're fooling ourselves if we think they don't. But it's the principle of the fact if it came down to it. Done one, good to see you today. Aquarian, welcome. Wonderful to see Annie in the house. Jacob Monster's got his question for the day. Tricky question, Dago. Could the reason not check the third floor and was only on the second floor was that those people didn't like or care about Maddie or Kaylee. In my opinion, they had to know those girls were upstairs. You know, Jacob, I think I understood what you're saying, and I've had other people actually bring that to me and ask me the question and what I thought, you know, if they were disliked, and I agree that I don't know if that's the answer to that, but I do feel like they weren't close. We know that Kaylee and Maddie were not close to the other two. There is, so take it for what it is, but you can perceive it how you will. You know what I mean? Yes, I agree with that, Witchy. Yes, good to see you. Behave, everybody. Witchy's in the house. We don't want no spells cast today. So let's see. Chips mean you Sam. I don't know ever. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Absolute and total monitoring and complete control. I'm not doing it. Just saying. Adam and Protons in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. The link is pinned in the top of the chat. Kylie. That still kills me, Angel. It still kills me. Are you serious? Good Lord. See? It's every day now, you guys. I swear to God. Every single day. Give me 1 second, folks. I cannot remember. Hold on a minute. I'm sure JLR has beaten himself there. Never find news, but I can always find him. Oh, yeah. New Canton, Illinois. Entire town on lockdown. Wow. It's every single day, folks. Jesus. Looks like Mel has it. As always. Give you guys a quick look here. The entire town, they're saying, is on lockdown for this. I swear to God, and Eddie, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but every single day, I swear we're seeing some form of an active shooter situation. If not every day, it's at least every other day at this point.
It certainly does seem that way.
It's crazy.
More and more.
And like I said, I remember when it was like once every 5 years, folks. This is every other day. Yeah, the whole town is on lockdown.
Let me see if
it's a small town, but still. Pike County Sheriff's Department responds. Entire Illinois town on lockdown. Law enforcement search for active shooter. Jesus, and the guy's out and around. That's crazy. This is what kills me because we have children, we have elderly people, all of this stuff, folks.
Town's on lockdown.
Yeah, agreed, Witchy. Good point, Meg. Good point. Ohio is always doing something. It's crazy. Much of the gun crime is occurring in states and cities that have pretty strict gun laws too. Yeah, that's a good point, Annie. Very good point.
It's been going on for a while, though, it looks like.
The link
Lock your doors until further notice. He's not been caught. It looks like this has been going on for a couple hours.
The link is pinned at the top of the chat, Taylor, if you want to pop up here for a minute. Jazzu, welcome to you. Crazy Italian lady. Small rural town very close to where I grew up. Jesus, that's crazy. Mocha, good to see you. It's been a while.
Search for 3 John 28 contact shooter.
They're searching for the shooters, what they're saying.
I haven't seen if anybody.
It's been going on all day?
All day.
Let me get a little news ticker.
I don't see anybody hurt or wounded, but I'm trying to look at the news right now about it.
New Canton, Illinois.
Again, this is Ictamel. He usually covers him and JLR are on top of these things right away. That's the problem, Jennifer. There are sleeper cells everywhere, and they activate every so often. And they have been around for a long time, guys. Yeah, they do, Witchy. They do.
Knew these folks well.
Yes. Yeah, we worked together and chatted together, sit on porches together. They were wonderful people. Very wonderful people. They'd do anything for you. I just can't understand it. I don't have any words for it. I'm sorry. I just don't have any words for it.
How did you become aware that something had gone wrong?
An authority came to the door looking for where they lived. But he didn't say anything, and just told me to get in the house and stay in the house. And I did.
And when you say looking for where they lived, somebody related to the couple across the street, or?
Well, just looking for the two people that were deceased. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
he didn't tell me
he didn't
that.
really give particulars. He just had a certain amount of questions, and of course you don't ask for details in this situation.
Right.
To know that this has happened in the neighborhood.
Taylor, it says you need to connect your mic and your camera to be able to come up on.
This never happens in the neighborhood or in New Canton. Never. It's a very peaceful town.
Nothing happens in Idaho.
Everybody knows everybody, or almost everybody. We have new people here that I don't know, but
Bingo, Meg. That is my biggest issue. You can talk to my mods will tell you I've had many conversations with them. When my son was still in school, I was annoyed every day that he would walk out that door until he would walk back in. If he was 5 minutes late, I was going nuts. Freaking out. Just freaking out. No worries, Taylor. Keep trying. I'll pull you up as soon as you can. I agree with you, though, Meg. And hold on a minute. Let me pull up.
While these things are like in progress, the information is slow to come in, and then they just, cover these.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Interviews.
It's hard to
meantime,
get until they get something right. Yeah, good point. Yeah, there's nothing really news-wise about it, but sorry.
It's a quiet little town.
And I know so often when we cover crimes, it's always on what the police are doing or stuff about the suspect. What do you think is important to know about the people you knew who were victimized?
I knew the suspect and I knew the people, and I can't say anything because they were all good people. They come and helped me clean my yard. I'm disabled, and they come and help me clean my yard. They didn't ask for anything. It just don't seem possible that this could have happened, especially with those people. So I don't know what trick could have triggered it even.
Muddy River News.
Well, it sounds like somebody just snapped. Maybe it was a family and somebody within the family snapped, and that's what happened. It sounds like to me. Give me 1 minute. Very sad stuff, guys. Every day. Again, that's why we got to stick together and support each other. Welcome, Miss Denise. Good to see you today. 1 minute here. All right, let's jump to this next. I'll be following. What is up, Jesse? Good to see you, my friend. I'll be following that active shooter situation in the background to see if we can come up with anything on it. Next up, though, oh Lord, who was it that just told me this? Hold on.
You're talking about the Manchester terrorist attack at the synagogue?
Yeah, that's the next thing we're going to look at real quick here. Very, very horrible situation. Unbelievable. But let's check that out real quick here. Jesse, there's a link pinned, buddy. If you want to jump up, you're more than welcome. I agree with you on that too, bud.
Better idea of what that scene did look like. In a series of posts on social media, Greater Manchester Police said they were called to the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue shortly after 9:30 a.m. by a member of the public who said he had witnessed a car being driven towards members of the public and that one man had been stabbed. It said that minutes later, shots were fired by firearms officers. It also said that 4 people were being treated for injuries caused by both the vehicle and stab wounds. Police said it had declared Play-Doh, which is the national code word used by police and emergency officials when responding to a terror attack. But I do want to clarify that does not mean it has been declared a terrorist incident. So Andy Burnham, once again, the mayor of the Greater Manchester area, said the immediate danger appearing to be over. And British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who is at a summit of European leaders in Copenhagen, also posted to X saying that he was appalled by the attack here. And I do want to pull up this post from the Greater Manchester Police, as they were saying paramedics arrived at the scene and are tending to members of the public. Currently, 4 members of the public with injuries caused by both the vehicle and stab wounds. Members of the public are asked to avoid the area while the police continue to deal with the incident. And it does look like that shot has stabilized there. So I'll take you back to it in just a moment. But once again, this is Prime Minister Keir Starmer, as he's saying he is appalled by the attack at the synagogue. And he goes on to say the fact that this has taken place on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, makes it all the more horrific. My thoughts are with the loved ones of all those affected, and my thanks go to the emergency services and all the first responders.
Yes, sir.
Keir Starmer, he's the prime minister.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
His statement, I'm appalled by the attack. See, notice that earlier this reporter mentioned that, oh, we got to be careful. We can't just go and call it a terrorist attack.
Yep. They do the same thing here too. So yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But you turn all of the players in and imagine it a different way, and it would immediately be racist or terrorist or
bingo.
And look at, even the prime minister is on on board, and he's cautious to just refer to it as an attack, which is not. This is the holiest day.
Yeah, that again, obviously, Yom Kippur at a synagogue. It all plays out, folks. It's obvious what it is, but we know. You know what I'm saying? That's why it was approached as it was. 100%. It's a terror attack. Period.
The way the mainstream media handles the news is the problem.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Could be, Annie. Very well could be. I can almost guarantee you're right. 100%, Sky. Every bit of it's engineered. 100%. And that's why, like I said, the same thing happens here. This is Box. But it's the same stuff, guys. Absolutely the same stuff that we deal with here. Again, power versus the people, folks. The media.
Authorities believe they know the suspect's identity, but have not released his name.
Yep. And it, yeah, it's a mess. Yeah, I didn't know he was the prime minister. That shows you how much news I watch now. Unless I have to. Changing the definition of basic things, decamps, reality, and everything. Right. Keir Stalin. Oh, it's like that, huh? Makes sense. Starmer is an active member of the WEF and promotes all goals of the UN. Ah, see? Good to know, Tonka. So, yeah, definitely. Like I said, they're very careful how to promote this to the world, you know? Be real, folks. Just be real and honest with your people. Truly. It's a terror attack. End of story. Like Eddie said, it's the holiest day in that genre and religion there. And they hit a synagogue. It's 100% what it is. That's all there is to it. You know, if it was a different situation, sure, we could talk about it in a different way, but it's what it is. That's all there is to it. Michigan Girl, good to see you. Yeah. We just had a mass shooting of it. Yeah. Michigan Girl in Michigan, they had that horrible shooting at that church too. The shooter thought LDS was the Antichrist. Oh my God, Mr. Girl, are you serious? I haven't even got to catch up on that one, you guys. But it's every other day. Ruining this country at a warp speed. He needs to go. I've heard. I didn't know his name, but I've heard that you guys were unhappy with the new prime minister. And you got the Queen's gone, and Charles is in charge now. So I'm not I'm not a fan of him either. He burned the church down. My God, what a mess! This world is a mess. Miss Denise says PET scans showed greater than 70% shrunk. Hopefully radiation continues. Oh my God, that's amazing, Denise. God bless. Continued prayers and thoughts to you always. It's so wonderful to hear that. God bless. Always in my thoughts. I think
things are a mess over there, Dago. And without getting too deep into it, even the flag of England now is the St. George's Cross. That's considered racist.
Yes, I know.
Unbelievable.
It is absolutely unbelievable, my friend. I agree with you.
That's crossing a line right there. That's gone too far with the ridiculousness. That's when it's time to make a stand and take it back.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like they're messing with things that have been, what they are for centuries. Okay, and you're gonna go in and try to change things up. Like, just stop and leave it alone. You're destroying, the country in that aspect. I feel so bad for them. I've talked to many people from over there there's so many things that have been going on over there for a while now. It's just crazy. So if you're over there, good luck. All of you guys are in our thoughts and prayers over here for sure. Look into
Ms. Potts. Look into the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan.
I've heard
a viral video. He's going to hold a parade to kick out a long-term original resident because I think they want to rename streets to radical Islamists. I'm paraphrasing. I'm probably not going to get it right, but erase history and rename streets after others, and then at a public hearing, a resident stating his opposition to it, and the mayor is calling that citizen intolerant, and on the record stating that he.
Oh my God! Look at this, you guys. Look at this. This is what you're talking about right here, Eddie. You guys are lucky I'm quick.
Yeah, it's better we just watch it than.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to explain that way. I know what you were saying, but like I said, that's why I grabbed it. Thank you, Annie. Look at this.
And you are a racist. You are a bigot. And you are a racist. And you are an Islamophobe. And although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
Yes, go ahead. State your name and address.
God bless you, Mayor. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Also say that I'm an apostate. I'm going to hell based on the videos that you dropped. So if I were you, I sit silently.
Okay.
Wow. That is the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, laying into someone who spoke at city council. This exchange has made news. Let's back up so you can see what happened in its entirety.
2 intersections have been named after Mr. Omar Siblani. I'm sure he's done a lot of good things for the community, starting the Arab American News. But one thing I'm very concerned about, which I think a lot of people in Dearborn would be concerned about, I mean, I could just read his direct quotations.
Can you tell us what the issue is?
Yeah,
Before
Councilman
you start
Abraham.
reading things, can you just tell us what your concern is?
Yeah, my
Councilman
concern is he's a promoter of Hezbollah and Hamas. And,
Okay,
and then,
Mr. Barham.
yeah.
And Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Councilman Abraham. But your point, you're free to address your point, which I just wanted to make sure you're aware. The sign that was placed in that area is a county road and was done by the Wayne County Executive. It's not under control of the city, Dearborn, or City Council. We can get you the list of their meeting, and you could go there and speak to the county commissioners, but we did not have the authority to overrule that or to suspend it.
Yes, that's fine, and I did understand that, but I know that there were people in this room who were there at the ceremony for putting those signs up. And also it's in Dearborn. So I'm just speaking as a Dearbornite. Just a couple of quotes here. He talks about how the blood of the martyrs, I'm quoting, irrigates the land of Palestine. And then further quotes, he talks about how the terrorists should strike them with knives and with their bare hands, and they're victorious. And he also encourages the use of rockets over there. And then another quote from 2022, "We are the Arabs who are going to lift Palestinians all the way to victory, whether we are in Michigan and whether we are in Jenin." So the reason why I mentioned this is that it sounds like he could be inciting violence in Michigan. Believe me, I'm continuing the quotation. He says, believe me.
He's not. I just want to be clear. He can speak for himself.
Well, this is
I'm going to stop you because he's not a violent person, and you can interpret his words any way you want, but I will guarantee you he is not intending to incite violence anywhere in the world.
Thank you, Councilman
He
Abraham.
could defend himself if he were here, but
sure,
we're not going to allow personal attacks in our community.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just reading his words here.
That's fine, but you're interpreting his words after you read them. He did not use the word violence, did he?
Well, may I continue the rest of the quote?
Well, if you say you want to read them, you can read them. If you want to interpret and give your own opinion of what he's thinking, that's a different story.
Okay, sure. I mean, I'd love to discuss this. I just want to finish the quote because there's more. So, okay, I'll continue. Whether we are in Michigan and whether we are in Jenin, believe me, everyone should fight within his means. They will fight with stones, others will fight with guns, others will fight with planes, drones, and rockets. Others will fight with their voices, and others will fight with their hands and say, free, free Palestine. So I just find it very concerning. Did my 3 minutes include other people's words
that's
as
okay.
well?
There was some dialogue, but as the councilman indicated, and just we wanted to make sure you be careful when you're talking about incitement or riot. There's legal terminations for that. There's legal precedent for that, and that's what the councilman has indicated, that you're drawing a conclusion that you have the right to draw. But as I indicated, the sign was placed from the county in that location. So, did you have anything else you'd like to speak on?
Well, it seems very provocative to have those signs up there. I mean, I also appreciate how he has helped to people to sympathize with, you know, the people of Palestine, people of Lebanon. As you know, I've lived in Lebanon. I also lived in Israel. I've stayed for several weeks in Palestine, and I feel like, but despite that,
exactly, Annie, that's 100% what he's saying.
I feel like having that sign up there, it's almost like having, you know, naming a street Hezbollah Street or Hamas Street. I mean, Hezbollah, you know, bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel that's quite inappropriate. And as a Christian, I would like to encourage peace. I'm not just being like, you know, pro-Israel in this and, you know, fight back and that sort of thing. But I would like to encourage peace and not violence. Actually, I'd like to quote from the words of someone who had the same enemy. It was Jewish people who killed Jesus. He was Jewish, but his fellow Jewish people killed him. And he said, the one who lives by the sword will die by the sword. And what I would like to encourage on the other side is peace. He is called the Prince of Peace, and he said, blessed are the peacemakers. And his death at the hands of Jewish people opens the door to peace between Jewish and non-Jewish people. So that's what I would like to actively try to encourage to you. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. Sir, if you'd like to step forward.
I think the only comment I'm going to make, I'm not
Mayor?
looking for a rebuttal, is the best suggestion I have for you is to not drive on Warren Avenue or to close your eyes while you're doing it. His name is up there, and I, you know, spoke at a ceremony celebrating it because he's done a lot for this community. And I think it's quite hypocritical to know that you're approaching this podium when you yourself have videos on YouTube standing in front of my mosque saying the cruelest of things about Muslims, about the religion of Islam, because you are a bigot and you are a racist and you are an Islamophobe. And although you live here, I want you to know as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city, because you are not somebody who believes in coexistence. You're somebody who tries to preach it, but in fact, you do everything but that. So I just want to put that on the record.
Yes, go ahead. State your name and address.
God bless you there. God bless you, sir.
I think
Thank you.
also say that I'm an apostate, I'm going to hell based on the videos that you dropped. So if I were you, I'd sit silent.
Okay.
So what is this video talk all about? I found his YouTube channel. Here he sings a song he wrote in front of a mosque. I can't find him saying anything bad about Islam. In fact, he seems to express his desire to understand and befriend Muslims. Perhaps there's something I'm not seeing. Or perhaps this is just another liberal crying about an ism that doesn't exist.
Wow, y'all. Wow. I mean, wow. I mean, wow. You know, it's just crazy. I don't understand, like, why. I've never understood, I guess, and I probably never will, why people can't just all coexist, be happy, and get along without forcing things on each other and just, you know what I mean? No matter what you are, we all came from the same place, in my opinion. I've always said that. I'm a very simple person, simplest, whatever you want to call it, simplistic. There's political ties with things like this too, folks. When you wrap politics and religion together, good God, stand back and watch out. That's all I'm saying. It's bad. It's very bad. And it doesn't need to be. I think that's one thing that should just be ripped out of the government, period. They should never do these things together. I'm sorry. They use the term Islamophobia to shut down critical questioning. Of course. It's crazy. It is crazy. And listen, I'll say this much, like, not everybody that's Muslim is a horrible person. I know a couple people that I went to school with that are very God-fearing people. They don't promote the violence and all the other kind of stuff. They're not about that. So it's just, again, what we see 9 out of 10 times within media. They push, just like with the political things, okay? They push. You see the very worst side of the left, and you see the very worst side of the right, and they pit them against each other, and it's just one more situation. Right. Thank you. Whatever happened to separation of church and state, that's where it should be. It's crazy. It's crazy, folks. It's absolutely insanely crazy. Right. Exactly. Thank you. That's exactly it. That is exact. And listen, folks, I remember I have a good friend of mine, actually, that owns a convenience store. That's not a joke. They came over here from Palestine years and years and years and years ago, and they bought that one. And then a whole chain of these convenience stores. They're called Convenient Mart. These people give to the community and have always given to the community. They weren't born here. They were born in Palestine. I think it's called Palestine, in Jordan. And amazing people. They give to the community day after day after day. And in many, many ways, they've paid for different things for the communities. Their kids are very good people. My kids went to school with their kids, things like that. They're amazing people. They're Muslim, okay? And they came here to have a better life because of what their life was like over there. And then when 9/11 happened, it was disgusting, the things that happened to them. Absolutely disgusting. People were throwing fire bombs through the windows in their stores, folks, and threatening to like graffitiing their windows and doors and die by the hand of God and stupid shit like that. It's like, good. Not everybody that came from the Middle East is a terrorist. And it's just the people's minds. It blows my mind. It's just your simple-minded people that they're not educated. They don't look at things. They don't think of things. And that stuff makes me sick. I'm sorry. Very sad. Very sad. And these people, even after that, guys, these people, I'm telling you, they contributed to 9/11 funds for like the rebuilding, and they all of that kind of stuff. These people are amazing people, and they're attacked because of their skin color, where they're from, and because of their beliefs. Once again, just like what we're going to be talking about today at some point, Charlie Kirk, another human being killed because he has beliefs that people disagree with. I don't understand these mindsets, you guys. I just don't get it. None of it. Sad. Believe me, there's fundamentals with certain every group of people has bad people. Okay, absolutely, every group. I don't care who you are. There's bad in everything. Okay, and to center in on one specific thing just because you think is stupid to me. Use your brain. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Phil. Good to see you, Phil. Go ahead, Eddie. I think I cut you off.
Can you hear that dog in my background
I did hear that dog. Sounds like he's mad.
I'm going to have to shut my window if this continues. I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, it's okay.
Let me know if it becomes a problem. We got to be careful how we repeat what we hear, too. I noticed that yesterday.
Yes.
Because, you know, for every real case where there is a situation where someone is attacked because of their skin color, which can be true and which is true, but for every case of that, there's probably a factor of who knows what, 2 or more of cases where it is a hate crime hoax, whether it's the confrontation between a Kentucky teen wearing a MAGA hat and an American Indian who got in his personal space, banging a drum in his face, or the 2019 Sterling, Ohio woman blowing up her own house and painting a number of racist phrases and symbols on her home and garage, claiming hate crime. St. Olaf College, Minnesota, Northfield. For several months, more than half dozen racist notes, swastikas, etc. found across campus. The outrage, hundreds of students protested, classes were canceled, discussions about diversity, tolerance, and how they should never happen again. And of course, you never hear the retraction or the correction or how it was a hoax. The damage is done and people repeat it. And yesterday, that was repeated on your show too. I'm not saying whether it's true that it happened or not. A truck drove by, and of course it's Moscow, Idaho, and we're programmed to believe, only negative things about Moscow, Idaho, and it's how it's got to be racist. And a truck drove by during a football game, and the N-word was yelled. That doesn't even make sense.
Right.
I would like to know what the source is on that, because I've been looking all morning. It's been bothering me, and to repeat something like that, the harm that it does is irreversible. And the word I'm struggling for is, I think that it's dangerous, for lack of better words, to hear something and want to believe it and then repeat it as fact without diving in to find out whether or not it's true. Because
it happens all the time. You are absolutely right. And because it paints a picture that may not be true. Yes.
Because the story of Irina Zaruska, a story like that gets passed over. That is an actual real hate crime.
Yes.
And no one wants to talk about that because that's taboo. It can't be racist because everything is reversed. How can he be racist against her?
Right.
It doesn't fit the narrative. That's not systemic racism.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to people. So therefore it can't be true. Right.
Yeah, it's troubling to me because people are so quick to believe the lie anymore. And that is how mainstream media has kind of gotten us here and programmed us to again, it squelches the other voice, the other side of the discussion.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Very good point, sir. Very good point. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. It's sad. It's very sad. Yeah, when you make a statement, for instance, like what was stated yesterday, I remember what you were talking about. I was trying to think. It was quick, but I remember it. And when it was stated, unless you can't make statements like that unless there's absolute proof behind it. That's the problem, okay? Because then again, it paints a picture in people's minds of that area being a racist area immediately. It just flips the switch immediately. Period. Okay. Whether it's true or not, that's inciting a situation that doesn't need to happen unless we have a basis of truth and proof to show that. And it's dangerous, like Eddie said, because then it creates the damage is done immediately. That's over, done. You can't fix it now. You can take it back all you want. That's fine. You can say, well, it wasn't true. We were wrong. But it's already, the picture's been painted and it's there forever. So that's why I'm saying it's dangerous to do those kinds of things. So
I've also noticed a pattern of, the time for correcting another for their wrongdoing is at that moment in time.
Yeah.
Not at a much later time when you are being corrected for your wrongdoing.
Yep.
There's a term for that. Tu quoque. It is, it's Latin for you also. It's an ad hominem argument where instead of addressing the issue presented, it shifts to the opponent's behavior or past actions.
Yeah.
By allowing but you do it too argument, it's ensuring more of the same at best and an increase in the offensive behavior at worst. So although it is true, like I said, no one's denying that there are cases of, because of someone's skin color that a racist attack, whatever the case was, happens. No one's denying that. But to bring that up when time and time and time again, it is the other way around. It is a racist attack still, but on the group that are considered, by the mainstream media, the racist. And we overlook it. Irina Zaruska's attack. Yeah, but both sides do it. That is...
that's not the answer. You can't.
It's not the answer at best, and at worst, it causes more of the same.
Well, yeah, because you're not correcting the issue. You're expanding the issue by doing that rather than correcting the issue by not attacking it right then and there at that point and making a statement. Well, he did it too. He did it first. That kind of thing. You're not fixing that problem, folks. You're just extending it out and dragging it on and making more of an issue with it at that point. That's the issue right there. I'm pretty sure that's what you're saying. That's how I take it.
Yeah, and I'm sure we've all been in a social relationship where someone, if they've done something and you try to correct them, and the response to that is, yeah, but you do it too.
Yeah, and that's not the answer.
Yeah, it drags you in to, if you're not quick on your feet, you're trying to recall and, it shifts that conversation by trying to recall that time in the past when you did it. And of course, they're not going to remember it correctly. Most likely, you're not going to remember it correctly, the context in which you did it or not did it. And then the argument begins all about that. But the real argument is about the offense, the wrongdoing that, they're calling out for you to correct at that moment.
Yes. Yep.
So, yeah. Anyway.
No, it's a good point, Eddie.
It's a habit that is common that I see is, the old, both sides are doing it to each other, but whether or not that's true, if that is on your mind, then bring it to the attention when that happens, rather than, when the opposite of which is making the news at that moment.
Yeah.
And then you use that as like the go-to cliche trite type of way to parry it off.
Yes. Yes. That's a good point, Annie. That's a good point. I agree with you on that one for citing facts. That's a very huge point. And I agree with you. I do agree with you. It's a problem, folks. There's so many of these issues that are going on, and like I said, it needs to be dealt with head on, and not, well, don't wait on it, don't do this, don't do that. I agree with that wholeheartedly, because it just makes it worse, and it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on, and then it blows up into something so much bigger, then it's uncontrollable. It's a problem. So there's a lot of these instigators out here doing these things too, and this is what they want from it. Like Phil said earlier, just drive that wedge deeper, guys. Keep driving that wedge between us, because that's what all of this does, in my opinion, is divide. It's just divide. So crazy stuff. Too many things going on in the world right now, but yes, very true stuff. Thank you for your facts and your points, Eddie. I appreciate you for making that point. It's a good one. Ignorance breeds hate, hate breeds violence, violence breeds death, and the teachings begin at home. That's a good point too. It starts early. Welcome, Gigi. It really does. Really does. Very sad too. Hey, Greg, good to see you today. All right. Interesting points, everybody. I appreciate you guys' thoughts on these things too. Truly do. Let me check to make sure nobody. Yeah, I don't blame you on that either, Annie. I 100% agree with it. And to shut down things when we call it out. No. Sorry. All right. Like I said, all of these things going on, we've touched on all that stuff already. That's crazy. So many things. So many things. And just like I said, thoughts and prayers for everybody. Hopefully these things work out for the best. Truly, that's the only thing I can say at this point. But it just, tomorrow it'll be something else, and the day after that, something else. It's just every day. Every day.
I came across a Michelle After Dark video about Jack and Lily this morning. I didn't watch it, so I don't know if she's just carrying on about some of the old stuff that we already know, or if it's new content. I didn't want to watch it. I didn't have time. Number one. Number two, I'm like, well, Dago's going to cover it anyway. Why watch it twice? So just throwing that out there. I don't know what she's got, but I think I kind of came a cursory glance at a new video, I believe, of hers.
Oh, to be honest with you, I didn't actually get a chance to look into that because of all the other stuff, but I do have it on I get alerted whenever Michelle puts something out. Oh. Okay. Well, let's see what this is real quick. It says, if you talk about this one, Daniel tells all. Lily and Jack are alive, but Mom had other plans.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's interesting. Well, let's check it out real fast.
Well, at least we know that one won't be, kind of edging into the political type of realm.
Right.
Yeah.
And Michelle doesn't do clickbait stuff. She doesn't play games into stuff like that. If it's that, and if it is, she's degrading it and how stupid it is when she does. So yeah. So let's check that out real fast, guys, and see what's up with that. If there's an answer here, God knows I'd want it, truly. So thanks, Eddie, for the update on that. I didn't even get to check that. I got alerts, and they're sitting in the background. You know what I mean? I just didn't click on all of them. So let's see real quick here. See if it's anything. It's not too long, so.
My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Thursday morning, the 2nd of October. In this video, we're going back to Nova Scotia to talk about the case of missing siblings, 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. Daniel, Lily and Jack's stepdad, has done a tell-all interview with the DT show. So we're going to talk about one aspect of that. I know that interview is going to be picked apart by many people. I just want to focus on one aspect. That is what...
You've got to be kidding me. He went to DT and did... Okay.
Daniel believes happened to Lily and Jack. I'm going to get into that shortly. Meanwhile, in Alberta, the search for little Darius McDougall, the 5-year-old who has been missing now for going on 2 weeks. It was last Sunday that he was reported missing. He was on a camping trip, went for a walk with his siblings, a bunch of kids, and Darius did not return. Sadly, that physical search for Darius has now been scaled back. There will be continuing investigations, but I think they've exhausted the areas that they intended to search. So it's really sad they haven't found Darius. The chances of him being alive a week after is less than 5%. So really sad. Okay, so back to Nova Scotia, and yeah, let's go. Before we get into the video, can I please ask if you wouldn't mind play button plaque for my wife. Daniel was on the DT show. They talked about a lot of topics. I thought it was a good interview. There was no challenging questions or anything like that, no confrontation. DT has been talking to Daniel quite a bit, I believe. Daniel says he doesn't believe that Lily and Jack are in the woods. He believes they're alive, and he believes he knows who has them. At least he's got an idea of who has them. And it's all connected to what Darren stroke Durwood was saying weeks ago. We all said Durwood talking a bunch of crap. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. But Daniel is certainly singing along the same hymn sheet. Durwood's an interesting character because he bridges the two sides of Lily and Jack's family, at least the family that they were living with at the time of their disappearance, because he is Malaya's grandma's cousin, which makes him Malaya's first cousin twice removed. But he also knows Daniel and Janie, and he's friendly with them. And so, you know, Durwood is in somewhat of a unique position that he can talk to both sides. Patty, who I think Malaya is perhaps most close to in her family, knew 2 weeks before that Malaya wanted to leave Daniel. She asked Durwood to go and get Malaya and the kids, you know, all the kids, and Durwood said, no, he's not going to split up a family. Listen to what Daniel says here.
Patty, which is Malaya's grandmother, asked Darren, you know, I don't think Malaya wants to be with Daniel anymore. This is 2 weeks prior. Yeah. Do you think, Darren, you can go and get Malaya? Darren's like, no, I'm not breaking up in a relationship. Like that's a relationship. Like I'm not going to get involved in somebody else's, you know, life. Right. Which makes sense. That was a smart thing by Darren to do. So this is 2 weeks prior. And so then Patty calls Malaya and asks Malaya, you know, if you ever just want to, you know, get away, you can come live with me. And then that's when Malaya said, no, Patty, I have a different plan. And this was told to me by Darren, which had access to both sides of the family, right? Yeah. The only person that had access to both sides is Darren and the investigators. Huh. Yeah. And also, Daniel, I want to add to that. This is backed up in the court case with Meadow. And in one of the affidavits, it does state that Malaya wanted to leave 2 weeks prior, but then decided to stay. So that's some evidence to back that up.
It's an odd timing of things.
Yeah, it's very odd. It's extremely odd.
It is. It's odd timing, and
for Malaya to say that, a little bit more odd.
It is.
Maybe Malaya told the investigators that 2 weeks prior she did want to leave, but decided to stay. But we only have Darren's word. This is the thing with Durwood stroke Darren. We only have his word that Malaya said to Patty that she has other plans. We have only his word. He's communicating between both sides of the family. How do we know what he's saying to them is the truth? So Daniel could be speaking truthfully about what Darren told him, but it's all hearsay. None of this would be admissible in a court of law. It's all hearsay. And we've never heard from Patty. No one's ever interviewed her. So what's her side of the story? Because supposedly they were at Patty's on the Wednesday doing laundry, and that's kind of a confusing day in itself. So this is 2 days before they disappeared. And Lily comes out with a black eye, supposedly being hit in the face with a Tonka truck. Now, just on a little sidebar here, they did address the black eyes, and Daniel said that he's never hit them, but they used to hit each other. They were aggressive to each other. They were so violent that the school were that concerned Where have they learned that from? You could say, well, the mirroring behaviour that they've seen in the family, or it could be that they are autistic and treatment that they're getting isn't suitable for the type of behaviours that they're displaying. But I could understand why the school would contact CPS. You know, you've got this violent behaviour that the school might believe is a mirror of violence that they've experienced. There's black eyes involved, there's bruising on children's faces involved. So you can understand why the school called the CPS. You know, I absolutely understand that. I think they would have been negligent if they didn't do that. Now, they also talked about the polygraphs, and Daniel said that they only asked him like variations on one theme. That is, did he murder Lily and Jack? Was he a conspirator in the murder of Lily and Jack? But they asked him the same questions 3 times. So he essentially had 3 polygraphs on the same day, but all around the same questions. And he passed, which I do find interesting. But apparently Malaya also passed. Now, we don't know what questions Malaya was asked. And in the court documents, the questions are redacted. I've no idea why the questions are redacted. I mean, look, if this ever went to court, if someone was charged, you know, Malaya, Daniels, somebody was charged, the polygraph wouldn't be admissible in court anyway. So I don't really know why the investigators are redacting the questions that they were asked. But if Malaya was asked the same questions all about, did you murder Lily and Jack? Do you know who murdered Lily and Jack? Those kind of things. Then if Malaya did engineer a situation like Darren suggests, then of course she's going to pass because she knows that Lily and Jack have not been murdered. Daniel wants Haley and Hayden, the people who found the blanket, to be polygraphed, and I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, there's many people that are involved in the case, including the individual or individuals that found the part of the blanket. They were never polygraphed.
Interesting. And so you want those that found certain things to also be polygraphed as well.
Yeah, because I think the people that found the only possible evidence during the search, they should probably be polygraphed, considering that their involvement.
Now, Daniel says the investigators told him that they believe that the blanket was planted.
I asked them if it's planted, and they said yes. And then I didn't push any further for any more information after that.
And when was that? Was that like recent? Was that?
That was on the day that they came and the investigators came and got all Jack and Lily's belongings from the house. So that would have been like a little over 3.5 months in, closer to the 4th month.
But if they believe the blanket was planted, why are they still searching in that area with cadaver dogs? For a reminder, Lily and Jack live here. The blanket, according to Janie and Daniel, was found here, next to this ATV trail. And then the boot prints were found up here. So if Lily and Jack wandered off on their own, they walk along here, they walk up here, that's 1 kilometre, 0.6 miles. And then they go up this track here, they go through there is a track all the ways up to the pipeline trail. And it would be a relatively easy walk. It's not like they have to go through loads and loads of briars or undergrowth. There is a basic trail there. The boot prints, we talked a lot about the boot prints on this channel. I've got a concern. I've always had a concern that the dog didn't get a scent, either at the boot print site or the blanket site. However, they brought the wrong dogs. They didn't have scent-specific dogs. They had air-scenting dogs. Because there's so many people in this area searching that day, the dogs are not going to be able to get an original scent. They're not scenting specifically Lily and Jack. They needed scent-specific dogs. And I'd have been more comfortable to say Lily and Jack are definitely not in those woods if they'd brought scent-specific dogs to this area and to this area. But the cadaver dogs, last week, I don't know whether they're still there doing other searches, they focused around this area, this blanket site, this boot print site. Daniel says that there were other children in the area. We know there were. We know that from the court documents that there were other children searching. It's contaminated a piece of potential evidence. We know that one of the boot prints was the same size as Lily's boots, but doesn't mean to say it was Lily. does it? But if those boot prints have been planted, I think the discussion last night was right, that why are there not adult boot prints? You know, in order to plant them, someone can't just hover, can they? But why was there just boot prints in this just one area? Maybe there were other boot prints that they didn't find. I mean, it's easy to plant the blanket. Apparently, investigators believe the blanket was planted because it doesn't appear on the camera from the school bus that passed by a couple of times.
So I'm just gonna stop this for a minute. No, it wasn't ever like confirmed that I've ever seen from RCMP, Tonka, which is a great question. It should have been. It's been confirmed through other people, other family members. I don't trust that. Here's the thing with this. I don't trust either one of these two. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't trust him or her because there's been too much stated and too many people got involved, too many things that were said. You know, Daniel, like I said, he came out in the beginning. He seemed to be the only one that was being based on a perception level. He was the only one that seemed to be being genuine. You know, he was very upfront with this, that, and everything else. But people are also saying that he was on drugs, and that's why he was acting that way. Again, there's no way to prove that, you guys. Okay, it is what it is. I don't like the way this has gone down in any aspect. So I have issues with both sides of this, and I always have. You know, I listened to him in the beginning, and I kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt. But then it just kept going and going and going and going. He went everywhere and anywhere. And I think the only reason he's doing it, this was my opinion. I would give him a platform to talk here too, to hear what he has to say. But I feel like, and other people have said this too, that he's doing it to clear himself. Truly, that's all. They were saying that Daniel Martel was William. Good to see you, William. But you know, I don't know. There's no proof until RCMP tells us that, guys. I can't take that as a fact because Malaya's family members are saying that he was on drugs that day. Well, of course they're going to say something because they're blaming him for this. We know how that works, you know, right? And that's what's happened. SRB, that has happened more than once, you know. And I agree with certain things. I do feel like that blanket could have been planted. Who did it? I don't know. And I've noticed something else. I was just getting ready to say that, cat lady. It seems to be that he's kind of getting a little kick out of the attention he's getting. You know, I hate to say that, but it does seem that way. She hasn't come out and said a word, not one word. And that can be looked at in positive or negative ways. It's how you perceive it. I don't like it. As a parent, and, you know, I'm not a mother, I'm a father. But as a father, you'd have never got me to go away from the area that my kids were unless I knew. Well, that's always made me wonder, what does she know? Or, you know, I told you guys before that I had my theory was that basically what has been stated here, I do believe that she knows where the kids are, that they were picked up. But at this point in time, you would think that RCMP would be they'd be onto this. This is what I struggle with. How do they not know? And if they do know, what the hell are they waiting for? You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Welcome, Taylor. I think it worked that time. Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you. I just finally decided to go with my phone. So
there you go. So yeah, that's my thought as far as that goes so far. I don't know, Eddie, anything thus far before we continue?
Well, yeah, I have two initial thoughts, and that is, if Daniel is saying, you know, that the kids are still alive, then I'm inclined to believe otherwise.
Mm-hmm. See, that's kind of where I.
And the other thing is,
with him,
does Daniel Drunk Turkey Show Daniel? Does he ever ask him like tough questions on here, or is he just listening? And
I don't
is he
even
just
know.
doing it for like clicks and views?
I don't even have. I didn't.
I'm wondering. Yeah, just wondering out loud.
Right. Yeah, it's a good question, truly, because I'm surprised to see Daniel do this type of, you know, DT do this type of thing. I've never seen him do a show like that.
Because my thoughts are this is like, you know, the other day I was talking about getting it right, you know, being real. I was kind of playing devil's advocate. And the reason is because you want to stay objective and true to the story. You don't want to like try to twist it, give it a spin just to fit your will or the way you want to see it or believe it. So if you start doing that, then you are the source of misinformation yourself, and people can see that. Then you're less like the Walter Cronkites of the world, and you're more like Ashley Banfield or Brian Enton of the world. So that said, Daniel Drunk Turkey, it's, one lie is enough to question all truth. So the fact that they're doing it on his platform is, again, another red flag for me.
That I agree with fully. Yes, sir.
Well, I've always, I believe the kids were alive. You know that, Diego. That's the reason why I got so irritated with you. But I always side-eyed Daniel, considering he's the one that took off in that ATV. He's the one, so many things there.
Yeah, hey, Beach Babe, I've never trusted either side on this because of the way it was brought to the public. But I don't know, like, it's been so long at this point. Okay, that any law enforcement that's looking at this, in my opinion, if the way I feel about it, I should say, if the kids are being hidden somewhere, I would imagine, I don't know RCMP how well their investigative units are and stuff like that, but they brought major crimes in on this. I would imagine they would have been able to find it out, if you know what I mean. Like where they are. That's what I struggle with. You know what I mean? I want to believe they're alive and they're okay and they're safe and all that, of course. But we're almost 5 months, or maybe we are 5 months into this now. It happened May 2nd. Yeah, we're 5 months into this, folks. We're actually going into 6 months. I'm sorry.
I thought it was April, but they went missing.
Today makes 6 months, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, today's the second. So yeah, okay. How do they not have these kids now? How do they not know if it was a plan put together by Malaya to have the kids picked up and hidden somewhere or whatever? How do they not have that at this point?
Well, see, one of the rumors I heard was she sent them to the United States.
Well, I mean, yeah, that could be something. I never thought of that, but that's a good point, Taylor. That's interesting. And SRB, that's another one too. And I've had other people send me emails saying that they believe that's what she did. Now there'd still be a breadcrumb trail, in my opinion, of course, if they were sold across, into the United, or not sold, but taken across in the United States. I would imagine they would be able to, and they would probably involve U.S. authorities and so on and so forth. But I don't know what to think with this, you guys. I'm really, really confused on this situation. Watching him, not seeing her, hearing the things we've heard with Darren and everybody else. I don't know. And that's the question. If she did sell them, for what? She wasn't the one with the drug problem, according to what we were told. So that doesn't make sense.
To get them away from Daniel.
I mean, there's that too, but Jesus Christ, you don't have to do all that to do that. The dude's not like, I don't take him as a deadly stalker type person. Then again, I don't know him. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, it doesn't seem to be like that hard to accomplish, especially if you have family to support you and help you. Just do it. Put it out to the world and do it. Tell the world what you did if that's the case. This is ridiculous at this point, if that's what happened. Unless you've done something to the point where you can't get them back. And you can't come out to the world and say, this is what I did, because now there's no way to prove it because they're gone in that aspect. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's something else I was wondering now, which is why that whole, if she sold them, or somebody brought me, again, when I first started this, I got lots of emails on this. Yeah, right. Exactly, SRB. He's not. And that's the thing. Here's a scenario for you guys, and let's just say if she made friends with a group of people that were helping her in some aspect or something like that. Or she got in touch with some people. Somebody helped her get in touch with specific type of people that said, we can help you do this, whatever. And they were the wrong type of people. And, you know, she trusted in that, so on and so forth, that they were helping her, when in turn they took the kids, and they maybe they had other plans, and the people that helped her were involved in trafficking in some aspect. And that was the whole point, was to get to the kids. Boom. And now she knows that what happened was a big mistake, but she can't come forth because she knows she's going to get in trouble in that aspect. And that could be why, you know what I mean? So that's a scenario I've been thinking about as well. Hey, Anna, good to see you. I've just been wondering. That's all I'm saying. These kinds of cases like really weird me out, because there is nothing showing any kind of a breadcrumb trail or anything that leads to these kids, which is what makes no sense to me. You know, hiding them from Daniel is an issue for me. I agree with that, because for what reason? He's not their dad. He has no control over what happens with them. He has no say in what happens to them. So to hide them from him makes no sense. Now, Meadow, yes, I get that. But not the other two, because there's nothing he can say to have control of those kids. You know, herself, she's a grown woman. She can hide herself from him, sure, but she's not. He knows where she's at. She knows where he is. I don't know. I don't know. It's very weird. See,
have you ever tried to run with 3 kids, Diego?
That's what that's kind of my thought too, SRB. What'd you say, hon?
I said, have you ever tried to run with 3 kids?
Tried to run with 3 kids? No, I've never done that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. The real father lives in the area, Peaky, but he had no involvement. They already cleared him a long time before, so there's no involvement with that at all. But it's crazy.
Did you bring in the cadaver dogs yet?
No, not that I know of. They have the scent dogs. See, that's the other thing, is they had the wrong. What's up, Hemisphere? They had the wrong dogs they brought in. Like Michelle said, they brought air scent dogs. That's not what you needed. You need ground scent type dogs that are right there on the you know, sniff
this. Ground scent dogs. They never brought in cadaver dogs themselves.
Not purely trained cadaver dogs. They were multi-trained. Like Kent came up here and explained, they were trained on both, like scent and cadaver. And when you have a dog that is multi-trained like that, you don't get the full effect of what you're actually looking for. So if you want just a cadaver dog, that's what you need to have, is just to get a real deal effect from that dog. It needs to be fully trained purely on just cadaver. Okay. You know, dead bodies, things like that. You can't have the multi-facet type situation in that for it to work and get 100% off of that.
But I have a question for you, Diego. On the cadaver dogs, since it's been 6 months, will they find anything?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I didn't know how that would work because of the time.
Cadaver dogs have picked up things of remains that are, I think I've seen it up to like 10, 15 years, depending on the situation. It depends on the type of training they have too. That's important. I don't understand how Canada doesn't have these dogs just available like that. I don't get that. And if that's the case, you're so close to us. Just ask one of us over here. I'm sure we have no problem lending you some dogs that are fully trained as a cadaver dog. It's not a big deal. Go to New York. There's tons of them there. It's right there, folks. I don't understand that part. The dogs they brought in were air scent dogs, Anna, and they were live trackers, I believe. But they said they were multifaceted dogs where they were trained on that platform as well as cadaver. See, that's what I'm saying. From my knowledge of any of the dogs, from what I know of it, okay, from my experiences and stuff, if you want to find, at this point especially, it's been months, okay, you need one dog dogs that are 100% trained on nothing but dead bodies. That's just period, folks. Not to be gross, but that's it. It has to be nothing but cadaver to get a full effect, in my opinion, not a little bit of both. I don't like that. So I don't know. I don't know what to think on this. I truly don't. It's very weird. Very weird. Siggy says they have brought in cadaver dogs. Oh, they did do that? See, I haven't seen that.
See, I heard they were going to over. I don't remember who I was listening to, but I knew they were going to.
The last time we talked and Kent came up here, which was a couple of weeks back, yeah, there was a plan to do it. I just hadn't seen, and I keep checking RCMP. I try to follow them for facts, their website and all that, but they don't post anything in there. So that's the last thing I saw. I didn't know. I don't even know. I haven't seen Jules around either, Beach Babe. I'm curious. I'm gonna let her finish because there's just a couple minutes here, but we'll see what she says at the end of this.
And it was only finally after 4 p.m. when the school bus had already passed by. It's just a very, very, very odd, this blanket. And I would like Aidan and Haley to be polygraphed. I would. Look, it's going to start another round of conspiracy theories. Daniel, once again, has been his own worst enemy. I understand that he wants to speak out. I understand that he thinks he's helping. But it's interesting. Gives us things to talk about. It does keep Jack and Lily's name out there. It absolutely does. But it just adds further confusion when he says, I think I might know who has them and they're alive. Well, investigators can't find any evidence of that, can they? Why are they out here with all the expense of bringing cadaver dogs from British Columbia all the way over from the West if they believe that Lily and Jack are alive? Is it that Daniel says that they're just being seen to be doing something? It's an expensive way to be seen to be doing something, but not having cadaver dogs there at all would be very remiss of them. They should have been there in the first 2 weeks, but here we are. If you watched the interview, let me know your thoughts about it. I'll leave a link to it in the description box of this video in case you didn't see it and you want to watch it. You don't even have to search for it. It's right down in the description box near the top as well. So, all right, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, and I shall speak to you very soon.
Let me see something here. Hold on, because I'm real curious. Thanks for that update, Eddie, because I had no clue. Like I said, I usually check RCMP. If I don't see anything that looks remotely new, then, you know. Give me a minute here.
Yeah, now that I realize that it's just all drama and hearsay, I don't even know if I would have recommended that we go over it, but maybe it's good that we did. But
well, I still want any kind of an update. Yeah, thank you, SRB, by the way.
Yeah, we do need to hear it.
Area, Diego.
I'm sorry, what, hon?
Are they in the British Columbia area?
Nova Scotia is where this happened. I don't know where that is as compared to BC. Cat Lady, how close is British Columbia compared to Nova Scotia? I'm not real quick with like mapping and stuff. Again, thank you, SRB.
As you know, I do the true crime trivia. Well, this month is my favorite month because of it being Halloween. I found that there was, since 2004, shoes washing up onto the shore with feet in them.
Huh? Where is this at?
Let me go grab my paperwork.
That's pretty wild. Eastern Canada. Thank you, Tonka. Okay, so the west BC's in the west side, so they're completely opposite sides of the map. Gotcha. Thank you for that, Tonka. I appreciate it. Let's see a little bit of this and see what he's saying real quick. There's our Miss JC. Good to see you, dear. How are you today? Miss Vivian, great to see you as well.
Sorry, how did you
apologies, anybody, but the only reason we're watching this is to see what's said here. I typically wouldn't do this, but
Diego, what I have here for it is British Columbia, several feet. The series of an unexplained beginning in 2007 when a young girl on a beach in British Columbia found a sneaker with a human foot inside. Since then, more than a dozen disassembled feet have washed ashore in Pacific Northwest, typically still inside the shoes.
That's kind of wild. Never heard that before, but
That's why I was like, how close are they to British Columbia? Is it a human trafficking thing?
I have no idea. But they're completely opposite sides of the map. This is Nova Scotia's east and BC's in the west. So that doesn't mean it couldn't happen. I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
But you see where my brain went with that. I'm sorry.
Well,
Excuse me, but my brain was there.
I gotcha. That's okay, Jace. I appreciate you, hon. Let's see what they're saying here real quick. A little bit of it, I should say. Again, Drunk Turkey Show. You guys want to jump over there, you know what to do.
It sounds like she was pretty bad the day before she went missing on Thursday.
Yeah, she did have a cough, but I was never expecting Malaya to keep them home for both days.
And so that was Malaya's decision then to keep.
Yeah, of course. She woke up that morning on the morning of the disappearance and marked Jack and Lily both as absent at 6:17 and 6:18 a.m.
And so the last time that they're seen is on camera the day before. What happened the night after they're seen on camera? What was that night like?
The night they were seen on camera, they were seen on Thursday. They were seen at Dollarama, and then we went to Acropole. You know, we got some food and then brought it home. When we got home, it was a little bit before 4 o'clock, and I went outside and helped Mom work on the fence. It took me a little while to find all my tools and stuff, but then, you know, after I got my drill and everything else, and I helped Mom work on the fence for quite a few hours until it was just coming on to dark. And then after it was dark, I came back inside. What I remember, the kids were sleeping, but when you're looking back in time, Daniel, it's hard to remember everything and get a feeling for how the night really was, because it just seemed like a normal night, right? When I came inside, I thought the kids were sleeping, and I could have swore they were sleeping, but it says in the documents that she had them up till 9 or 10 at night. I don't remember them being up that late, so I'll tell you that.
Were you looking at your phone or your watch at what time it was every
Yeah,
single-
I mean, I got a watch on my arm the whole time, and I never look at it, man. I'm always grabbing for my phone.
You know, it's not uncommon unless you're like something specifically happens and you look at the time at that specific time. You know, I know a lot of people are looking at, you know, certain times where, you know, I think they were asleep by 9.
It was a little bit different for everybody.
And so, yeah, your other children, they weren't there that night, correct?
No, they weren't. They were there the weekend prior.
So relative to where Jack and Lily's bedroom is to where you guys sleep, how close is that? Is that
Yeah,
like
it's actually the next
Mosquera
bedroom.
Wall?
It's actually the next bedroom over.
And you guys mentioned that you guys could hear them throughout the morning. Is that correct?
Yes, I actually did hear. I know when it says in the documents that we heard them in the next room over, like in their bedroom. I didn't hear them in their bedroom. I heard when Lily would pop in, I heard Jack in the kitchen.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I heard him rustling around in the kitchen, right? But then when me and Malaya made our way out to the kitchen, there was nothing moved. The chairs were still perfectly in place. There was no chairs pulled up against the counter for them to, you know, they usually would jump up and take food if they wanted, because kids always do that, right? They would go into the fridge. They would go into the other pantry and grab food if they wanted. Like, they had unlimited food if they wanted to grab it. And, you know, they would go into the fridge, take yogurt cups and eat them, or cereal or whatever. So, but nothing was moved, Daniel. Nothing was moved.
And now they're being loud-ish. You mean loud enough for you guys to hear them?
Yep.
Your other daughter, Meadow, she was there though, right?
Yeah, she was actually laying beside me with Malaya.
Did you guys ever, or did Malaya ever tell the kids to be quiet? Were they ever waking up Meadow at any point with their noise?
In that morning, no. But when Lily poked in, I did go shh. Like, when, you know, she would come in the room, because she always woke up Meadow. Same with Jack, but I mean, that's what kids do too, right?
Yeah. And so, you know, some folks are saying that, you know, they may have walked out the back.
I don't like that. I don't know why he keeps saying that. I don't like that. You don't need to say that's what kids do. That's what kids do, right? Like, he's asking for approval. To, you know what I mean, Eddie? I mean,
do.
You can clearly see and hear it. And that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's just ridiculous, dude. Come on. You don't have
He's seeking approval for what he's saying.
to say that again, hon. You got really like.
Sorry, I have pneumonia, and I'm trying my hardest.
No, you're okay. You're okay. I just didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I said it seems like he's seeking approval to wherever he goes to.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I said, like, and that's been from the beginning. Like, I didn't do this. It's not me. Don't look at me. You know, look over there. I think this is what happened. It's not this. It's not that. And I'm not saying he did it, but that's how he's coming off to the world. I think. You know. Do you approve of what I'm saying? Does that sound right? Is this good? Did I do good? That's how it comes off to me. Yeah. I don't know. It's wild. It's wild.
You know if it's typical or not. You have kids of your own, sir. That's where I'm at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Daniel has his own kids. He knows what is normal and what's not.
Yep.
Any good parent.
And I didn't even know. I thought his kids were not around him for a while, but he's saying now that they were there the weekend before. So okay. I have some. I wonder, but I'm gonna play a little bit more of this.
Sliding glass door. That seems like the only logical explanation for them to have exited the house. You had something on the front door, correct?
Yeah, on the front porch, there's the front porch door, and then there's the inner door on the front. And I know for 100% they did not go out through that door. So, because when I went and got the keys and tried to come back into the house, couldn't get into the front door, right? I had to go around from the back. And then I went out through the front door.
Gotcha.
So that's how I know they did not exit through the front. They exited out through the back sliding glass door.
Now, I've read in the document that Malaya said something to the effect that the kids didn't always close the door behind them when they went outside. It kind of made it seem like there was times that they did. Is that accurate, or was that something that when they went outside?
I mean, the percentage that they would actually close the door behind them, it's very minimal.
But they haven't done it in the past, though.
It's you.
Here's my thing: is I've always struggled with them even opening that door. Those doors are heavy. And when we covered the reporter that went to the house, you guys remember this. I think you were even here, Eddie, for that one. When the girl was trying to open that slider, she kind of had to throw her body into it to open it herself. So tell me which one of these kids opened that door. That's all I'm saying. Like, they're tiny. Their arms are like this big around. I don't see them having enough strength to pull that door open. So, okay, there's that. But then shut it too? No. I don't believe that. These kids, especially if they're hyperactive kids, they're not going to close it. So I agree with him on that part of it, but I want to see how they got it open, unless it was open. And if it was open,
you know, it makes me think of, and I hate saying this because you know I'm friends with Don and Candace. It really makes me think of the Wellses and the fact that Grandis was living in that camper. In this case, you've got Daniel's mom living in that camper.
Right. And she, to me, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, folks. Nobody has to agree with this or even acknowledge it. She seemed kind of irritated about the kids. You know what I'm saying? Unless that's just her personality, but she even made the statement that she moved out to the camper because of the noise and because of the activity with the kids, so on and so forth. So, yeah, that was my first and actually the only. After seeing that, I didn't have to go any further, but that was my first opinion of her, is that she seemed highly irritated about and with the kids to some aspects. So,
well,
it was.
She didn't. If you look, she didn't like the kids.
That's kind of how I took it. I'll be honest with you. I truly did take it that way. She was not a fan of them. That's just my opinion again. Yeah, it was May 2nd, Tonka, because remember. It could have been already partially open. That's what I was saying. And they're not, you only need to be so big to slide through that. They're tiny. Both of them were tiny. So are tiny. Let me say it that way. I don't know, but I saw part of this interview last night. I think it was, and naturally Daniel had to mention Brian as he does every show. I switched. Sorry, cat lady. That's crazy.
Usually, I mean, Daniel, even I don't close the door all the way sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a heavy door.
It's all the way shut.
Yeah.
Well, we can open up ours. So.
All the way shut.
That is weird.
So, and and some of the investigators, when they were here, they came all the way down to the bedroom, sat on the bed, and we had a dead quiet. And they tried to open up the door. Well, I think it was Mom who went out there and opened and just closed the door, and he couldn't hear it from inside the bedroom, sitting on the bed with the bedroom door shut.
Yeah.
So,
is the door heavy?
It is heavy, but when the kids got their hands on it, they would have to put both hands on it, and they could slide it closed.
Okay.
So it is possible for them.
So there's the answer to that. This is Daniel Martell, the stepfather to the 2 children missing in Nova Scotia. Frank, thank you for being here. And Care Bear, good to see you as well. So it takes both the kids to open and move this door. That's how heavy that door is. I told you they're heavy, you guys. They're solid triple pane glass with wood frame and all that. And then the metal, that's all inside of it. So, guys, I don't believe they opened this door. If the kids were sick, why would they allow them to go outside at all? Well, that's another whole story there, Cat Lady. I feel like there was some probability of neglect in some aspect. I'll put it that way, because it was stated that she didn't do a whole lot with the kids. But then again, that came from him. He did everything. Remember, he says he did it all. She didn't do nothing with them. So we don't know. We don't know. If there was a cough, it was probably because it was warm out in May. Maybe that could have been why they went outside. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like there were bad decisions made in this with these kids a lot. Okay, even before this happened. So that's just, again, my opinion. But good question though. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel in that aspect. Just saying, that's my opinion.
Them to close it. They just need to, work at closing it.
Now, so
if they have to work at closing it, 2 of them takes them to do it in order to open it. I think you would hear that. Am I wrong? You'd hear the grunting, the talking, the laughing, the yanking, pulling it, probably banging on it as they're trying to open it. In my opinion, again, I could be wrong completely. These are just the thoughts I'm getting based on what my visual is giving me for seeing this. You know what I mean?
You wake up because there's been some time that you guys haven't heard the kids anymore, correct?
I woke up when Malaya woke me up. I'm pretty sure it was her who woke me up, because we both kind of like woke up at the same time. Mm-hmm. And I remember her saying, as it says in the documents, she said, "I don't hear them." But the craziest thing was when I woke up, it was in the first 5 seconds that she said, "I don't hear them." And usually you would have to wait a couple you know what I mean? Or like 30 seconds or something like that, because it could be in the fridge, because that's usually what everything goes quiet when they're, grabbing food or doing something, right?
Yeah. And so she wakes you up. Would you have noticed?
Well, I think she woke me up, right? We kind of woke up at the same time, but I really don't know.
Would you have noticed if she got out of bed?
No, I would have been sleeping. I didn't even know she called the kids in absent until I got the email on my phone.
Well, I mean, you woke up when Lily popped her head in, right? So you were.
Yes, I did, because there's a lock on the door, right? Yeah. And I heard like the lock rattle.
So do you think though that in the time that Lily popped her head in, and that woke you up, it alerted you a little bit, and the time that you fully woke up, do you think you would have been able to tell? So would you have the ability to tell whether or not Malaya got out of bed?
I don't know. Do you want to say that over again for me so I get I was just plugging in my phone, so I didn't hear you correctly.
No problem. So if you already have been woken up, Lily's popping in, so you've already woken up to a certain extent, maybe not fully awakened, but you've woken up to the point where you've acknowledged that the child has come in and out. Do you think in that moment, maybe not earlier, maybe not early in the morning, but from the moment that you were awoken, from the time that Lily popped her head in to the time that you were fully awake, do you think that Malaya could have gotten out of bed without you noticing?
I think she could have, but you have to remember too, the baby was laying on her arm as well. Oh, so like the baby was sleeping on top of her right arm.
So it's unlikely that she got out of bed.
Yeah, it is.
The baby.
It's unlikely, but it is possible. I mean, anything's possible, but I think Meadow may have be woken up when she's actually moving.
Got you. And
But
so,
it is possible, Daniel. I mean, anything's possible. This case is just an absolute circus, so anything's
Yeah.
possible.
and so, so she wakes up. You wake up. What's the first thing that you do?
First thing I do when I wake up is, I mean, Malaya's right beside me, and she says, "You like hear the kids?" And then I listen for a few seconds. I said, "No, I don't hear them." So first thing I do is when I don't hear them, I get up and I, get dressed, and me and her make our way out to the kitchen. And this thing I still find odd to this day. I told investigators this is Malaya didn't look in Jack and Lily's room when we went up, when we walked to the kitchen, right?
Okay.
So I found that odd because we both walked up together up the hallway to the kitchen. And then I poked my head I looked into the living room, didn't see the kids. I ran back to the room, looked underneath their beds and stuff, didn't see them. So then we made our way outside, right? Malaya stood in the kitchen when I was running like a moron through the house looking for the kids. And we made our way outside. We got through the fence, and then we're standing right in front of Mom's RV. And she asked me, "Should I call 911?" Right? That's kind of instinctual. You want to do that, right?
Right.
Because we don't hear them out in the yard. We never seen them in the house. We don't see them in the backyard. I didn't know if Mom was even home or not, right? Because I thought she might have went with my Uncle Ron.
Mm-hmm.
So she's on the phone with 911. I run up into the woods where the cabins are and look in the cabins, look around the area. Didn't see them. I'm screaming and yelling, "Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack." And then I make my way down. There's a hill behind Mom's RV. I make my way down, and Malaya's standing there. I'm not sure if she's still on the phone with 911. She might have been on speakerphone. It looks like she was messaging, but she might have been on speakerphone with the dispatch. And so I say, I'm jumping in the car. So I ran inside. I tried to go into the front door. Door's locked. Ran through the back door, the back sliding door, got into the house, grabbed the keys off the end table, because there was 2 sets of keys, right? And then I didn't take my phone. Well, I don't remember taking my phone because there's no service out there anyway, not like I can use it. So I left my phone on the end table. I'm pretty sure I left it on the end table. Investigators would know that for 100%. So grab the keys, ran out to the Nissan Pathfinder, and that's when I started to search the dirt roads and the culverts, right? So I went up Lansdowne Road, and I already told investigators this, but that blanket was not there in that tree.
Which direction were you
That
heading?
would be when I'm coming out the end of the driveway, and I'm going right toward Lansdowne Road, over the tracks, and then hanging a hard right.
So you were coming the direction that would have been visible to you, and you didn't see it.
Yeah, I'd be going. Right out of the end of the driveway. I take a right. I'm going up the road.
Across the railroad tracks, and then the right up of the dirt road.
Yeah, that's Lansdowne Road where the blanket was found.
All right. So when you're running around and as you're going outside and you're looking, that gate outside, is it always open? Was it unlocked? Was it locked?
Sometimes it's open.
Was it open that morning?
I do not remember that. I don't remember I don't remember.
Okay. And so you come
It's
around.
not hard. It's not hard to open up gates anyway. They're just slide. Like I always forget to close. My mom always reminds me, but they're just a slide and bolt lock, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing hard about those locks at all.
Well, maybe not, but I'm just kind of curious because if you can unlock it and open it, but if you're on the other side of the fence and you're small, can you reclose it?
Yeah, you can. You can. All you do is just pull the fence close to you and then close it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so it may not be a clue there. So you're out there searching in the woods. How long before law enforcement arrived?
I was told 12 minutes.
Okay.
But then when I looked at the documentation and, asked questions and dug further, it was 22 minutes, I do believe.
And were you at the house when they arrived?
I was actually, when they were arriving, I was actually coming back to the house in the car. And I couldn't park in the driveway because RCMP just stopped in the yard, right?
Okay.
Because they were just starting to walk down and talk to Malaya. So what I did is I parked the white Nissan Pathfinder, because that's the car Malaya owns, the 2017 Nissan white Pathfinder. And I parked over on the right-hand side of the marsh, you know, going toward Lansdowne Road. There's a marsh that's right beside the house there. Probably can pull that up on the map. There's a little driveway that's right beside it. It's about 100 feet from the house.
Okay. Around here?
Yeah, that's actually the marsh, and there's a little driveway right on the left-hand side right there. Yep. That's where I parked in the white Nissan Pathfinder.
Okay.
And then when I jumped out of the car, the RCMP yelled at me from in the yard, right? Because they could see me clearly.
Yeah.
And they said, Daniel, don't go back into the woods. So at that point, I didn't go back into the woods. I walked over to the house and I went down. And I was talking to my mother because the RCMP just, you know, officers just sworn Malaya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they asked you to stay there. They asked her to stay there. Did they look into your Pathfinder or the Pathfinder? Did they search it?
No, they didn't at all. No.
At any point?
Not that I know of.
Now, was this the vehicle that went with Malaya? Like, I think it was towed later.
Yeah, it was actually towed by Commander of Operations. The guy's name is Josh. And he was actually pretty pissed about where they left it. They left it right at the bottom of Lansdowne Road when they left.
Interesting. And so
yeah, so he was pretty pissed about it. He said what he said is that goddamn fucking vehicle's always in the way of the search vehicles, right? So he said he's like, I had it towed out of here. It was White River Towing or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about where it was left because they use that road quite a bit.
And you don't, I mean, when it was towed, were you still in communication with Malaya?
No. Okay. And my wallet was left in the car when it was towed. And then when I got my wallet back, everything was taken out except for my actual important stuff, like my driver's license, my bank card, my health card. All that stuff was still in there, but all the other stuff was taken.
Interesting. And did the investigators ever tell you that they didn't search it?
No, they didn't.
Okay, so there's a possibility that they searched it and just you're just not aware of it.
That is true. That could be true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they can't tell me everything, so.
Right, and it is her vehicle, so I'm not sure if they would come out and say, "Hey, we searched her vehicle to you."
Yeah. Well, I mean, they tell me lots of things, but it's just some things they don't.
Well, I'll ask you this: did they search your other vehicles on the property?
I'm not totally sure. For the first couple of days, like I wasn't at the house, but I imagine they did.
Okay. Well, I would imagine that they would have. That would have been a really big oversight to not do that. And
good to see you, Robert. Appreciate you.
That the reason you don't know about it, obviously, is because, well, Malaya and you weren't talking.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, you arrive. You know, officers are talking to Malaya. How long before the search team gets there?
The search team was actually fairly quickly. They actually had the command center and everything set up pretty fast. They had a lot of different, I don't know what you would call them, search teams or dispatchments of different units. There's 23 different search organizations or search teams in Nova Scotia from each area. They have a total of 23.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if all 23 made it here, but there was some from the South Shore. I mean, a lot from all over Nova Scotia. And they had the Nova Scotia Guard called in. And the first helicopter arrived on scene within the first hour and a half, which was, I do believe I was told that's a record for making the first helicopter to a search.
That is pretty impressive, an hour and a half. And the dogs.
But they had drones out. They had drones out much quicker than that. They had drones up within the first 30 to 40 minutes, I think.
Oh wow! And how long before the dogs got there?
The dogs came much later. They were there that day, but for the first, I don't know when the dogs actually showed up, but for the first few hours there was no dogs. There was no dogs in the New Glasgow area. We don't even have a canine unit in New Glasgow right now, like in Pictou County. So and Major Crimes told me that. They said that we don't have a canine unit in Pictou County anymore.
Gotcha.
So a lot of the resources are coming from northeastern Major Crimes, which is the Truro area.
Understood.
Like 45 minutes to an hour away.
So it did take them some time to get out.
Yeah, but we had the best search dogs in the province at the house. They belong to Halifax Search and Rescue.
Good deal. And so you weren't allowed to go into the woods. Where were you at during this time?
I was actually back by Mom's RV talking to her, and we were wondering why we couldn't go back into the woods. And then a number of minutes passed. I'd say about 10 to 15 minutes passed, and a guy in military gear. It said Oliver on the back of his on his shirt or vest or whatever you want to refer to it as, or uniform, we'll call it.
Yeah.
He actually said, Daniel, you can go back into the woods. And I actually believe he was later on. He was a canine handler, but I don't know if the dog was there yet at that point.
Understood.
Because I remember seeing him with a canine unit, I'm pretty sure, later on in the search.
And so you were allowed to go back in the woods?
Yes. And then I immediately jumped the fence and I was right back into the woods, and I did all the streams that were up behind the house that lead into that little marsh that's actually to the left of the house, which you showed.
Now, I don't know how true this is. I've heard rumors of this, that at some point you heard a scream and you thought it sounded like the kids. When was
that? That was later on. That would have been, it was still on that same stream path when I was walking up through the woods. I thought I heard a scream, but you have to remember, I had a helicopter right above me. There was drones. There was already people searching at this point. So I don't know if it was actually a child scream or not, but it did sound like a scream, but it could have been somebody yelling for the kids, right?
That's possible too. Yes, 100%.
But it was so hard to tell because the way the helicopter was going, it was going slow and doing. I was like, I almost swear I could feel like the rotor wash that was coming down off of the wind, because sometimes they would go pretty low because the vegetation was pretty dense, because a lot of it's not hardwood, so there's no leaves, right? It's evergreen, so you have trees that are full of needles, so it's more hard to get a good view from a helicopter through that stuff.
Yeah, no, I can imagine it being very difficult. At any point that first day, did they question you guys at all, as far as maybe perhaps?
Yeah, I actually sat in my mother's vehicle, and Commander of Operations came down from the command center, and me and him sat in there, and we went over some of the stuff we're going over right now. Did you know the kids are going to be home from school that day? Would you have kept the kids home from school that day? What happened in the morning? Did you see the kids that morning? This is a lot of the similar questions you're asking me now.
Yeah, I can imagine so. And that happened that first day. So nighttime comes in. Around what time does the search stop on the first day?
The search doesn't stop on the first day. They go right through the night.
Interesting. And when are you notified about a blanket?
If we're referring to the blanket that was up in the tree, or
right,
just the blanket in general.
Well, let's rewind then. So there's been a lot of confusion that you had denied
that
blanket
pause.
in the tree.
Yes, sir.
Are you confused at all? Does this sound like it's consistent with what he's already said?
That's why I'm sitting here so quietly listening to this, because I'm trying to. I'm trying to differentiate if anything has changed from what I remember.
Is this one of those ones where it's going to require like replaying it several times in order to catch it all? Because I feel like the reality of what he's like, his recounting that morning is like an ever changing. It's like the game of whack-a-mole. So,
that's
for example, the phone call. His original statement was that it was like he sprung into action. He was all up in the woods, looking in culverts, looking around streams and roads before, as she was calling 911. Now, he didn't leave until after the 911 call was made. And then he didn't take his phone, but he knows it was about 12 or 20 minutes, I forget, before, he made off into the woods, searching high and low. And when the when the authorities arrived at his residence, how could he? Well, I suppose in retrospect, he could have realized that. But once he gets home, they say, don't go back into the woods. So now the helicopters are flying all around. He's hearing children screaming, or it could be, anything's possible in this case. Could have been a child. It could have been a helicopter. Who knows what it was? Right now, he's like deep in the woods searching again after they told him not to search. I mean, it just, I don't know. Or
it sounds very.
I I'm
very
lost.
very adventurous. Let me put it that way. Like this is a script for a drama, like a new action film or something. You know what I mean?
I just can't keep up to what actually
He
happened.
is, yeah, he's all over the place. He has been consistent using different wording. Siggy says, pull up the first video of them about Dan. Oh, I did. I watched everything up to this point, but it does have a scripted feel to it. I'll be honest with you. But you guys got to understand something else too, though. Daniel Martell has given, good God, I'm going to go with probably 35 interviews at this point in different variations of it. So I guess if you're changing the words up, it's not bad as long as it means the same thing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, he just seems way too for lack of better terms, excited about this. You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I don't know, but something about it is it's kind of it's kind of all over the place a little bit. I guess for lack of better, I can't find the right term for what I'm trying to think of. I don't know.
It feels like a manipulation. Like you all need to keep looking amongst the living for these two, not amongst the dead.
Yeah. SRB said storytelling, things like that. So yeah, Eddie, that's a good way to put it too.
When do we get to the point where now he feels that they're like whatever it said in Michelle After Dark's thumbnail, like they're still alive and the mother.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to scan forward
Where's
and
that part?
count through it and see if I can catch it. Yeah,
because we're a brand new thing. You know, when did he tell authorities all this?
Yeah, bingo. That's kind of what I was waiting to see. But like I said, I was sitting here listening to his tone and his up and down and we're all around type feeling to see if I can just get a feel for this, and I'm just not. It's wild. But let me jump forward a little bit and see if we get to that point, because that's the new thing. That's the thing we're really wanting to hear, guys.
Was Lily's that ended up being fours when they found the pink blanket.
It's a cars there, Daniel.
And that's the first thing that they would see.
Yeah, they would be able to see the pink blanket in there. Yeah.
Okay. And so it seems like in the documents that it
originally came from Maritime Happenings. Mom actually received it from Malaya. So Malaya sent it to my mother, and the mom and my brother came home on the ATV from their search, from where they were searching, to talk to Malaya, see what this photo was about. But it was actually Maritime Happening, which originally posted it, and that came from one of the searchers, I guess.
Understood. So it wasn't something that you saw from the investigators or from the search.
No, it wasn't anything like that.
Did they ever tell you that there was 3 prints?
I don't actually remember that, but that picture always just bugged me. And then even if they did tell me there was 3 prints, like that doesn't make sense to me, Daniel.
Yeah.
I mean, when 2 kids are missing, they don't.
Well, it kind of can. If one of them was lifted up the foot when 2 of them are walking, that's 3 prints. If they were stepping over something or something at that point, yeah, it could make sense.
Gain a follower to go missing with.
Right. And here, just to kind of show everybody, this is where the image came from. This is Malaya Brooks, and this was at 10:16 in the morning on May 3rd from Malaya to your mom. Your mom sent me this photo so that we could see that this is where that message came from.
Seeing them if they're in the woods. For the first initial search, I think it was like 6 or 7 days. I'd have to relook it out. I was brought in. I don't remember what day I was brought in because all the days mashed together.
Interesting. And
yeah,
so they had your
phone? I don't know if that was all planned or not, Daniel. They were talking to me.
And so
we actually, during the interrogation at the Stellar Dispatch, we actually went over a lot of the stuff we already did, just so they could cross-reference, right?
And how long were you out there for at the dispatch?
What was that?
How long did that interview take? Was it a couple of hours?
The original one, sitting in the major crimes van with them, that was about 45 minutes to an hour. And then, but the actual that you couldn't lie on, right? Like, have you ever lost your temper? Obviously, everybody has lost their temper before. I didn't question them on it, and they didn't question me. They said, here's your phone back. Everything's good.
And how long was it between the time that they gave you your phone back and the time that you took the polygraph test?
I may have taken the polygraph exam when they had my phone.
Oh, okay.
I don't quite remember that. It's hard for me to remember all, because usually I'm not pulling up date to date, right? So
that's a problem for me, because some of these things are pretty simple things and he's just not remembering. If you're that involved in this and it's been so much, I'm not trying to be mean, but some of these things are simple, easy. Like, it was 2 weeks, they had my phone, and 2 weeks later I did that's what I'm saying. Like, just I don't know. Maybe I'm being.
I agree. And I was trying to express that earlier with the other one I forgot to mention, because there's been so many of them that seemed like just slightly off. Like, for example, so they're both laying there. They wake up at the same time now suddenly. But I thought before it was like they're drifting in and out of sleep. And
that's changed a couple of times.
Something was
You're
weird
right.
about surrounding that whole period of time. That's the key period of time.
Yep. I think we've heard it 3 or 4 different ways now, Eddie, because now they woke up at the same time. So I don't know that she woke me up. Then it was that I was drifting in and out of sleep. Then at one point I heard that she was up and he was out. I also heard that she was out and he was up. I mean, which one? That's what I'm saying. There's the problem right there. That type of thing right there. That should never
walking. She and I are walking down the hallway, stride for stride, paraphrasing a little bit, but at the exact same moment, exact same time.
Yep.
That, I don't know. That seems something's really weird there.
You're right. I agree. And yes, Siggy, the questions, I believe Kent even said, and it was in the documents, they didn't give you what the questions were, but they referenced to the point that the questions were real, like they were streamlined to one specific style of questions. They didn't come out and just say other things. You know what I'm saying? They should have streamlined them a little bit more. They did ask, like, did you kill the kids? Well, okay, if he didn't do that, of course he's going to pass that one. Did Malaya kill the kid? Things like that. They should have been a little bit more. They should have extended these questions out a little bit deeper. Do you know, was there a situation that, things like that? There were a little bit more in-depth questions. I agree with Siggy on that one. That could have changed the polygraph, in my opinion. Explosions in downtown Houston. Mass cat. What? No, I did not. I'm going to look here in a second. Annie, just give me one quick second here. I'm going to check just a couple more things here with this, see if we can get to that point, and on we'll go. I didn't hear that, Cat Lady. Did anybody hear that? Or Eddie, did you hear that? Did Daniel say that they gave him the questions ahead of time?
No, I didn't hear.
Okay. All right, hang on.
It has them included into the court case. Like they have them included in the court cases because it's involuntary, right? Because she's the mother of them. She's connected to Meadow, so they're automatically seen in the court case.
You're okay. You're okay, Annie. Don't apologize.
Like, are you forced to take any drug tests or anything like that?
Drug tests, and I have to do therapy, psychological exam.
Okay, well, there's a verifier right there. Okay, in my opinion, if you're through CSB to be able to have a relationship with Meadow, they're saying, thank you, Meg. I appreciate you, hon. They're saying that he's got to do therapy. There's a reason for that, and they're saying he's got to do drug tests. That's a verifier to me. That means that there was a drug issue. Okay, hence the reason why he lost custody of visitation to his child. So we have a couple reasons here, obviously, that there's issues. If they're doing therapy, then that means that you had either anger issues or parenting problems. And if you're doing drug testing, that means there was a drug issue. So those two things I can say that are verified at that point from that, if that's, what he's saying. A psych exam. That should be, let me see.
What else do we have? There's so many things. I mean, I have meetings with my lawyer. That takes time too for that case.
And I'm assuming since
Just
you're still
lots.
meeting with her that you're passing all these things, drug test, everything's passing.
Yeah.
Good deal.
I do all that. I tried to do as much as I can. I even asked them the other day. We had a private conference with the lawyers, and there was a lawyer from the ministry for foster care and my caseworkers. And I asked them if there's anything extra they can do. They said, no, not right now. It's just like you already have like enough on your plate right now. Just keep up doing that stuff. Because, most days, Daniel, I'm pretty busy.
Yeah. And so, speaking of CPS, there's been a lot of speculation about the kids having been visited by CPS and things of that nature. Can you clear that up? Like,
I
how
will
often?
actually clear that up. I cleared it up many times online, but there's still people that seem to have misconceptions on that.
Okay.
So CPS actually did come to the house, and that was about Jack and Lily's behavior, especially at school. And then they were about to be diagnosed with, or be sent for the diagnosis of autism. The school wanted that, and me and Malaya wanted that as well. The main reason why CPS came out is to, give us phone numbers and give us some instruction and who could we go to learn more about dealing with their behaviors.
So it had nothing to do with a black eye?
No.
What's the story behind the black eyes? Because I think it's...
CPS came out. Okay, am I the only person that struggles with this? CPS came out there initially because of Jack and Lily's behavior at school. That seems odd to me. Unless they were doing specific things that point to possibilities of other issues. Maybe that's what it was meant. Okay. In my opinion, from my knowledge on this, that there has to be a report or something that the school saw that bothered them enough to send them there to check the house and the situation. That's my opinion, but that's how I've seen this. The black eyes and all that, they're about to explain that too. So that makes sense. That makes sense, but we'll see.
Been something a lot of people have been asking about, that there's a multiple black eyes. What would you want to clear up about that?
I mean, the black eyes, it definitely was not from me. Daniel would come out and say that first. Come out, because I know the world thinks that, and that's absolutely heartbreaking for me to be accused of that stuff. Because as you can see, and even in the court documents, Malaya refers to as Daniel was an involved parent, and he didn't even physically discipline the kids. If I'm not going to physically discipline them, why would I ever abuse them? That's the first thing. But the most of the black eyes were probably from Lily, because, and I don't want to say 100%, because Jack was really clumsy too. Like when we used to take him through the woods, he would fall a lot. I remember one time too, Jack ran right into the doorknob on the door. They would throw stuff at each other. They were quite aggressive toward each other. Then most times when they became aggressive, Malaya couldn't handle them. I had to come home from work 4 or 5 times just due to the fact Malaya couldn't handle the kids. And that's why you can refer to the documents again. Malaya.
Well, that's all parenting. So, okay. But anyway.
Said that Daniel had a voice that the kids listened to.
Now, was this behavior of them physical? Is that why CPS was called? I mean, you mentioned there was behavior. Were they?
It was behavior at school, because Jack would refuse to do things, or some days he would do it easily. Other days he would completely refuse. They became aggressive. I remember Lily would try to pull her hair out sometimes when she would get frustrated.
So where are they as children? Where do they see and learn the aggression, though?
If it's even true.
Well, there's that too. But think about that, folks. Your kids are little computers and sponges. Okay, they don't do things unless they're shown. It's period. That they have to see it or hear it before they're going to react and do those things. In my opinion, from what I've seen, So I mean, I don't know. That's a little strange to me. And yeah, like Eddie said, if that's even true.
So, I mean, there was just, and I'm not going to point fingers at Malaya saying that she couldn't handle the kids like 100%. But
You just said that word for word, 100%.
was a struggle for her, man. It really was.
Yeah.
And I don't blame her because, you know, being a stay-at-home mom isn't easy, right?
Right. No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, being a parent in general is not easy. And
Of course, it's one of the most difficult jobs you'll ever do.
yeah, and if they did have autism and they had some behavioral issues, I mean, that can only add to it as well. And so none of the reasoning. Well, let me rephrase this. So CPS doesn't have anything open when it comes to Jack and Lily currently. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's good to know. There's not an open investigation. There's nothing there.
No.
Okay. And so the cadaver dogs come out here recently. Now, a lot of people have been speculating because
here we go.
You have
They go. I don't believe any of the black eye stuff. You know, when you're dealing with a person who's lying to you, oftentimes they say multiple. They theorize multiple things that it could be. You know, it could. Well, they're clumsy.
Yeah.
They were very aggressive. That suggests that they're doing it to each other. You know, it's like
Right.
UFC, you know, star fighter Paddy Pimblett elbowing the opponent. You know, it's. I mean, he would have said no. There is no truth at all. The black eyes. They never had black eyes. I don't know where that's coming from. But since he didn't say that, there were black eyes, and what he's doing is suggesting like a whole multitude of things. You pick. It could have been anything. But rather than that, you would have said no. The one time there was a black guy, it was because he did fall in the woods. He blah blah blah. He would lay it out what the circumstances of that were. But now he's just generalizing. So I don't believe any of that.
Okay, good point. Good catch too. Good point. Good to see you, Charlotte. Thank you, and thank you very much. We both appreciate you. And I know you're always busy, but I appreciate you popping in here. Tandy, don't work too hard. We'll see you soon, hon. I mean, 4 and 6 years old. I can't imagine them, like Eddie said, I can't see these two jumping on each other, like beating each other down. Come on. And don't forget, folks, in the very beginning of this case, we were told that Jack adored Lily, that Jack followed Lily around everywhere they went. They were best friends. That was said multiple times. Best friends don't beat on each other. Okay, I'm just telling you. That's another thing with this. So that's a problem. That is a problem. Multiple black eyes again and again and again. And the first thing he says is he didn't do it. Okay, maybe you didn't. That doesn't mean somebody else didn't. That's all I'm saying. And when you say that she can't handle the kids and you had to be called home from work. Maybe, I'm not saying she did or didn't, but maybe that's how she reacted because she couldn't handle it. I don't know. Or maybe he's just blatantly lying. We don't know that either. That's the whole point. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. It's, yeah, exactly, C-Jag. Just to talk about them fighting and giving them to each other, it's like, that's odd to me. It's just very strange. Guys, I had 7 kids in my house at one time. 7. 5 boys, 2 girls. Sorry, I almost forgot. And boys are boys, and I still didn't have issues like that. Okay? Never. So I don't get it. I don't get it.
Incident that occurred.
Yeah.
I guess the timing behind that's a lot of people are kind of trying to connect some dots. What happened with the traffic accident?
Okay, got pulled over.
I mean, not accident, incident. I've said accident.
Yeah, incident. That's right. Yeah, I only got into one accident ever. We don't want to talk about that. But yeah, the incident is I got pulled over, and the vehicle wasn't the registration wasn't in my name, but now it is. The vehicle sitting in the driveway and everything like that. I didn't receive any fines, and the car just got impounded. Went down, got it towed out of the impound, and it's all good.
And so the vehicle was there. Now I'm curious. Did you see anything out of place? Any of the body panels inside out of place? Did it appear?
No,
it went anything.
No, it went straight to the tow yard. Nothing was different on it. Nothing was moved. It was just nothing was touched in it.
If investigators wanted to go through it, would you have?
Investigators knew about my vehicle being impounded. I even said to the investigators, like, you should seize that as evidence and then give it back to me so I don't have to pay the impound fees. Like that's how much I joke with investigators, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, so you got your vehicle back. The property would notify you. I'm assuming there'd be any issue if they showed up and said, "Can we search this property?" You think? I'm sure.
Oh
Jenny
no,
would-
there would have been no issues. Like used drugs before in the past. I'm not ashamed.
At night, but in other nights, maybe they're confused about the night that they heard this. Have you ever had a late night visitor with a loud vehicle?
No, I don't know anybody with the 5-speed other than my brother. And my brother has a wife and a family, so he's not driving out there in the middle of the night.
And is it like a vehicle that's loud?
No, it's a brand new Subaru.
Oh, okay. And so,
and it's not customized or anything either, so there's no loud exhaust or anything like that.
just like a normal vehicle. And,
Yeah.
And the area, if somebody were to come to your house, would they have cell service in your home if you had friends over?
What's that? Would they have service?
Yeah. If you invited me over to your home and I went over, would I have cell service at your house?
No, if you put your phone in the window, you might have one bar.
Do people that what do you use so that people do have service?
Wi-Fi. We have Starlink.
And when people come to your house, do you share that information so that they can have service, or is that something that's private?
The Wi-Fi is left completely open. I don't know if I want to say that on the internet, but it's left completely wide open.
You may want to close it.
Yeah, after this, I am going to close it, I think.
Yeah, you might want to, because people might pull up close to you and try to log in. But yeah.
Target, if the individuals or groups or whoever has the kids, they're going to had any drugs.
When was the last time then that you did use?
Much before the disappearance. I can't put an actual day on it, but it was much before.
Gotcha. And so
I didn't have any drugs. There was no drugs on the property. There's no meth labs. There's nothing like that. You would have seen me going on handcuffs the very first day if there was drugs, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah.
When they say that there's no evidence of a criminal offense, I would assume drugs would be a criminal offense. So,
yeah, that's correct. And investigators even told me, they said, Daniel, if you had any drugs, we would just take them. But we know there was no drugs on the property, so.
Yeah. And I know that Malaya's family has mentioned that. Has, to your knowledge, Malaya mentioned that to anybody? Or is that just
I think she did. But I mean, the narrative's always been targeted at me, right, though, Daniel?
Gotcha.
And I'll stay in the spotlight as long as it takes, because as long as I'm the target, the individuals or groups or whoever has the kids, they're gonna feel more relaxed, and that gives investigators a chance to strike.
So you believe that the kids are alive?
Yes, 100%. I hope every day. I believe the exact same as RCMP do. They didn't go into the woods.
What do you believe happened?
I don't want to go into any theories. I don't want to point any fingers.
There we go.
Because I've done that so many times online, so I'm gonna refrain from doing it, Daniel.
Do you think it was an outsider?
No, because on the second day they came out and said this is not an abduction. An abduction means that the individual or parties that took the kids wouldn't be known by the kids. That's what an abduction is. So when the RCMP said it wasn't an abduction, that means the person that has the kids is known by them. And because I was with Malaya for 3 years, I think I may know the person that has the kids, right? Because I was involved in the kid's life and I was involved in Malaya's life.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I went to investigators with every single lead I have, and they listen, but I don't know what they're planning or their plan is, right? Because they don't let me in on that stuff, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
But they always just tell me don't pursue any leads, don't fly any drones, don't follow anybody, which I don't. So
that's good advice. You don't want to put yourself in a bad position.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have so many people following me and drones and everything else.
I think that any dogs or any searches are gonna.
And also, Daniel, I want to add to that. This is backed up in the court case with Meadow. And in one of the affidavits, it does state that Malaya wanted to leave 2 weeks prior, but then decided to stay. So that's some evidence that backed that up.
It's
Darren's like, no, I'm not breaking up in a relationship. Like that's that's a relationship. Like, I'm not going to get involved in somebody else's, life, right?
Right.
Which makes sense. That was a smart thing by Darren to do. So this is 2 weeks prior. And so then Patty calls Malaya and asks Malaya, if you ever just want to, get away, you can come live with me. And then that's when Malaya said, no, Patty, I have a different plan. And this was told to me by Darren, which had access to both sides of the family, right?
Yeah.
The only person that had access to both sides is Darren and the investigators.
Huh.
So.
Do you think that any dogs or any searches are going to...
And also, Daniel, I want to add to that. This is backed up in the court case with Meadow. And in one of the affidavits, it does state that Malaya wanted to leave 2 weeks prior, but then decided to stay. So that's some evidence to back that up.
It's an odd timing of things.
Yeah, it's very odd. It's extremely odd. Caught off guard by it, and was she didn't like it when I walked up and handed her mail. But then why would she smile, right? Which adds a whole nother layer to that situation. But they just said, CPS mainly just said to me, if you have mail that comes for her, or you want to, there's something you have to give her, just give it to us and we'll give it to her.
Good deal.
So.
And what was the first time that she...
The first one was actually, I parked too close to her. Like I parked near her in the parking lot.
How far were you parked from her?
Sometimes the only parking lot, the parking spot was right beside her, so I was parked beside her, right? I'm not gonna miss a visit because I don't have a place to park, and if there's a parking spot right beside her, I'm gonna take it.
Did you see her, or was it just your car was next?
No, I didn't see her, but I usually see her almost every time, right? Because I wait like an extra couple minutes before I go in sometimes, just so I don't, I'm walking through the door and she's walking out through the door, and we don't have like a face-to-face, interaction.
Understood.
Because I'm not going to get a complaint sent against or put against me just for opening up the door for her, right?
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in that.
Yeah. No, those things can be nasty, man. Breakups.
But I will like air it out though. So by saying this too, there's no restraining orders against me. There's no peace bonds. There's nothing like that, right?
That's good to know. To know. There's no restrictions. You're a free man. You can go wherever you want, correct?
Yeah, I can go wherever I want. Some places I'm just not allowed to go to.
There you go. Well, Daniel,
you know what I mean? They're going to get attacked as well, or shot down just because they want to learn. They want to learn on the case, and maybe they have a perspective that's actually valid.
Yeah.
And the blanket in the tree, I'll be the first to say that too. Investigators told me straight out when I asked them if it's planted, and they said yes. And then I didn't push any further for any more information after that.
And when was that? Was that like recent? Was that?
That was on the day that they came and the investigators came and got all Jack and Lily's belongings from the house. So that would have been like a little over 3.5 months in, closer to the 4th month.
Okay, so not too long.
And they know that for 100% because they reviewed all of the bus footage, right, from the school buses. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But that was the main thing I wanted to end it with, was just, if you have any information, come forward. All the tips.
Okay. Well, so there really isn't much new other than, he put it out there, but then didn't tell anybody. Huh.
I noticed towards the end there, Daniel of Drunk Turkey Show, he tried asking the question twice. The question being, what do you think might have happened? Or
right.
What would happen if they brought dogs? And I don't even think he got to totally finish the question, but both times the question was asked and not answered.
Yeah. Good point. I don't know. I didn't get anything new out of this, Eddie.
No, not really. Except I'm just confused about how the morning went now.
Well, I don't think we're getting full truth on that. That's where
Yeah.
I think the big issue is that morning itself.
It feels like there's inconsistencies. Maybe it's too early to call, but I thought I heard differently. It's been a while since, we listened to their statements that they made initially, but gosh, I'm just confused.
And she still has not come out and made any other statements to the public, and she's still claiming that RCMP told her not to, which is bullshit. Okay, we know that that's not true. Just saying.
I didn't quite understand what Daniel Martell said towards the end there. He said, I agree with RCMP that they wandered into the woods, or that they didn't wander into
I agree that they didn't wander into the woods. Yeah.
Didn't. Okay.
Yeah. And I think we've all said from the beginning that none of us believe they went into the woods. Hey, Chris,
right. Exactly.
That's absolutely yes, Aquarian, I agree. He always has to some extent. Yeah, they see that RCMP themselves put out a statement early on in this that made everybody believe that they thought the kids were deceased, but then it was retracted not retracted, but changed to their feelings on this. So I just don't know, guys. This is rough because to have 2 kids abducted is odd to me, because it's just odd. So I still don't know what to think on this. I don't know what to think. Yeah, good point, Senor. I mean, he didn't have control of this interview, in my opinion. Martell did, which is odd to me. He's become a professional with it. Krista says, I feel like there's all this noise and all this extra bullshit around. Like, where the damn right? Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. There is truly. Real quick, just to give you guys a heads up on what Annie was talking about when she came in here. This is what I believe it is.
Did you know that you can have permanent teeth in just 24 hours? That's right. Only 24 hours and your new smile is ready. Forget waiting months with temporary teeth.
We begin with breaking news. There was an explosion on the 17th floor of a boiler room in a downtown Houston high-rise.
Yeah, this is an evolving situation, but right now we have learned from officials that 5 reported burn victims have been affected by this. Again, this is on Texas Street near Austin Street. Now, we do have multiple crews headed to the scene. Our Devin Clark, Gage Golding, and Rochelle Turner all making their way to that area. Again, a high-rise explosion. We've learned 5 people were hurt. Again, this is taking place in downtown Houston. We will, of course, keep you updated on clicktohouston.com as we learn more.
Speed's close. All right. Well, that's what happened there. For anybody in Houston, if you're in that area, a boiler exploded. That can definitely be dangerous. So, so much stuff going on today, you guys. So much stuff. It's insane. It truly is insane. Now back to Jack and Lily again. In a lot of these cases, I have theories, feelings, thoughts, opinions, and I do with this, but not like I normally would. I don't know what to read on this. I really feel like there's lying being done. I truly feel like there's lies being told. I can't tell you, and maybe on both sides. Okay, truly, maybe on both sides. But like Eddie said, and I am very much confused about what truly, and I don't know that we know any of the truth from that morning, folks. That's the problem. But I think the answer to this entire thing is what went on that morning. Oh, okay. I didn't know that, Siggy. Thank you, hon. So what truly did happen that morning? We do know, and it's been recorded, that she got up and she made a call and called them both off of school between 16 and 6:17 and 6:18 in the morning. She called one after the other. Okay, because they both go to different places in the school. Oh, it's okay, Catley. I got you. Yeah, 2 people have passed from the synagogue thing so far in Manchester. Thank you. They did take the lie detector test. A bunch of hold on. A bunch of people actually took lie detector tests in this case, folks. Quite a few, like I'm going to say 5 or 6 different people. And again, from what's been explained and understood with this is the questions were like very short, to the point, exact questions. And I think that's the problem. Did you kill Jack and Lily? No. Okay. Or did you do this? Did you do that? Those kind, of course, but they never got into any conspiratorial questions such as, do you know what could have happened to Jack and Lily? Stuff like that. Those are the type of questions that need to be asked here.
I'm going to type in chat the one word that I think summarizes what we just watched.
Mm-hmm.
It's obfuscate. That's the takeaway that I have. It feels like it's just Daniel M. was like just trying to confuse the situation even more. Like, so they get up, they look all about the house, they look under the beds, then they go out the slider, and then they go to his mother's trailer RV, and he doesn't, I mean, he would have, the fact that he says, and we didn't know whether she was home or not, she usually goes out with Uncle so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that all wouldn't need to be said, because by this time he already knows what the case was. You know, was she home or wasn't she? You wouldn't say we didn't, you know, like a play-by-play of what their running thoughts were. Like, you just go up to if you didn't know she was home, you just knock on the door and say, hey, are the children in the RV with you? Right? It's just weird the way everything is being said.
It is. That's the best way. I was trying to explain what I was trying to say, but that is absolutely the best way to put it. The explanations are very strange.
Right. And they move so fast. They cover so much ground without the details. It's just vague.
Very, very vague. Yes, I agree. Senior says a single and this is where I'm talking about, folks. This is what I meant. A single perpetrator is not abducting multiple kids unless they're familiar with each other, in my opinion. I agree with you. Grab one under each arm and run. No way. I've never abducted any kids, but thinking about logistics don't add up. And I agree with that. If those kids, here's my thought is that those kids, because we heard a story very early on, I think it came from Martel's mother, Janie, that she felt like she caught Malaya after handing the kids off. Does everybody remember that story? Where she walks up on Malaya and says, what are you doing? And she was acting very weird and nervous. She had the baby with her. And she believes that it was that the kids were passed off to somebody right before that interaction. Somebody had picked them up in a car. And I have to agree with Senior Wazowski, as well as there were other statements made that about the abduction side to this. In the abduction side to this, it would be somebody that's an unknown that would have done it. Therefore, it's not considered an abduction because they were known to the kids. That I agree with. Whoever took these kids, they knew them. Okay? I think they were handed off to them. If anything. That's my opinion. Okay? And what's the reason or the motive behind it? I don't know. Was it to leave him? You know, she was talking about leaving. He says that it was proven that she was talking about leaving him 2 weeks prior, but changed her mind. Okay. That should be a conversation. Malaya should be being ripped apart in an interrogation room about that itself. And that's the thing. She should be interrogated. If she hasn't been, then I have an issue with that. Not questioned, interrogated about everything and anything. That truly should be happening. And so should he. And I can't imagine him covering anything up for her at this point to protect her unless he's involved in it. Okay. That is the only way I see that happening now. Right, Siggy. And let me re-explain that. So in the very beginning, I believe Daniel was kind of protecting her and standing up for her and like saying, oh, she wouldn't do anything. She did nothing wrong. Be easy on her. Things like that. And that was before he completely understood that she was leaving him and she was done with him and all of that stuff. Now, at this point, it's obvious that she left him and she doesn't want to be with him. I can't imagine him protecting her in that form or in that sense unless, and only unless, Daniel was involved in whatever happened if she did something, is what I'm saying. And she has thrown all the blame and her family on him completely. So go ahead.
Sorry, no, I totally interrupted you. I didn't know you were.
It's all right. It's all right. That was my fault because I spaced. Go ahead.
I get it. So speaking of which, how did it turn out? Was his mother home in that RV trailer, or
yeah,
or was she not? I forget.
She was home and she said she heard the kids. Hey, Fizzy, I was wondering when you were going to fizz in here. And Zakali, good to see you. She gave, and during her interview, I don't remember if you were here for that or not, but she said that she heard them outside, the kids outside playing, and didn't check on them or anything. She just heard them. But that was all she said. That's all she took claim to.
Huh.
And said she never got up and checked on anything. And then she was the guilt, because she didn't. I'm like,
So that's weird. It's just weird then that he would say to Daniel of Drunk Turkey Show, and we didn't know whether mom was home in the RV trailer or not. She could have left. I mean, he just went into like a whole left turn there with that. It could have been this, could have been that. She could have left with so and so. I mean, what is all that necessary for? She was home.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, he's adding a bunch of stuff that didn't need to be added.
Yeah. I don't get it.
No, it doesn't make any sense. And that's where I'm at, Beach Babe, with this. And I thought that pretty much from the beginning, but I wasn't 100% sure on it. And I didn't want to make that judgment until I knew for sure in my mind. But I agree. And I do truly feel that they were handed off. Now, who or what, why, I don't know yet. But that's what happened to them, in my opinion. If she handed them off to people she knew, why would she call 911? Well, to make it look good, cat lady. They built, if that's what happened, they built this narrative that because they were pushing in the beginning, they both were, that they believed they were abducted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got to make it look good.
Yeah, she said that more than once. So,
yeah, if you're going to sell it, you got to sell it hard.
That's it, 100%. And that was both of them separately. So, or together, however you want to look at it. It's just interesting to me. It is sketchy. The whole thing is sketchy. Because I'm trying to figure out like a true motive to do what was done, if that's what happened.
Which is funny because I've struggled a long time to explain it, and there I just explained it at the drop of a hat, spontaneously, right there. The whole IDAHO4, people would say, well, if they don't have any real evidence against them, why would they take it to trial? Well, if you're going to sell it, you got to sell it hard.
Yep. Now, hold on. Let me think of how to say this. So, I feel like this could have started off as maybe like she was trying to get away from Daniel and was handing the two kids off to friends, maybe. Okay. and got caught like right in the midst of it by Daniel's mom. We'll just say that. And then she was going to go afterwards with Meadow. So, and then she never said anything. The police showed up really fast. Okay. Which we were told in the beginning, and she didn't have a chance to react in a different way to it, in my opinion. She wasn't given the opportunity to play the plan out the way she chose to, which is still dumb to me, but whatever. And I think that the deeper it got into it, the more locked down she may have felt with this, and then at some point felt like she couldn't come out with what she was doing, because then at that point she was either told by somebody or made to feel by somebody like this puts a criminal element on her by doing what she did. And at that point she became probably scared to be arrested, and was not able to complete her plan the way she chose to. And now she's too deep into it to back out of it. Does that make sense at all, what I said?
Yeah. You know, it's really still, I'm struggling to believe, you know, just because of the mother's saying that she heard the kids that morning, that's not proof that that's true. You know, because when was the last time they went to school? When's the last time anyone really saw them? Right.
Right.
That's still a big question mark, because really, if you think about it, the whole pretense of, hey, wake up, I don't hear the kids, that's a really strange reason to sound the alarm and like arouse, you know, the other, and get out of bed. Usually it's, you know, the reason for waking up like that would be because you would hear the kids and doing something unusual. They're screaming, you know, they're getting burned at the stove or whatever. You know, you're waking up in alarm like that when you're hearing something. But right now we're supposed to believe that they're waking up in such a concern because they're not hearing something. It's too quiet, which that in itself doesn't really even pass the, you know, comments, the reality test.
Right.
It seems like a whole fabrication of why we got up at that time.
Yeah, it's really hard to believe that, truly.
Yeah, thank you.
I think she allowed someone to take them from either the yard or the driveway. Just went, yeah, could be.
And me saying that then if it's true that the mother made that statement that she heard the kids that morning, then that is scary, because that would kind of suggest that there's a bigger conspiracy. 3 of them are in on it.
Right. Well, some parents will protect their children no matter what.
Oh, okay? Yes, absolutely.
You know, obviously, we've seen it. You know, the Brian Laundrie situation, okay? We know that his parents helped him to do what he did, so on and so forth. Now, see, me, I love my kids, but if you do something wrong like this, guess what? I've already said it. You're on your own. They know it. You were taught right from wrong. You know what's right. You know what's wrong. I'm not going to stand here and support you committing a crime. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, Scott, agreed.
Yeah, and I get that, but it's like you got to keep in mind. So they're sleeping, and the reason why they're sleeping is because the kids are noisy, and then suddenly it's waking up because it's too quiet. I don't know. I'm just having a hard time with it all.
Well, that I can. Okay, that part I kind of understand, but it wouldn't wake me up. It would just alert me after I was awakened. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's too quiet, you know the kids are doing something that they're not supposed to be when they're normally making noise. But to wake up because of that is what I didn't get. That didn't make sense to me.
Right. Like, okay, you would nonchalantly investigate that individually. You just, like, if you noticed it, you would get out of bed and you kind of like wander over wherever, into the kitchen, whatever it may be, look in their bedroom, you wouldn't like wake up your partner in alarm. Like, oh, it's quiet. We got to get up right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. No.
That's kind of how they're explaining it. Like they're selling it hard that way.
And there's the big problem right there, folks. They should have been up with their kids, period. Both of them. It is. I agree with that. Depending on how hard he was sleeping, SRB, that's the other thing. You know what I mean? She took the baby outside with her. Baby's awake. If he was sleeping hard, some people do, he didn't hear a thing. You know, we don't know. But it is a good point, though. It is a good point.
I know I'm probably keeping going on and on about
No.
this.
I like this conversation. I do.
What's really funny is how he referred to his own case as it's a really confusing case because it's like, I don't know, was it right around the time he's talking about how they woke up or who woke up first or how they woke up simultaneously or whether or not the baby was on her arm or not? He couldn't remember what it was. So it's like, I don't know. The whole thing, so it could have been anything. This whole case is so confusing. It's like, really? You just said that?
Yeah, he did. He did say that. And it's wild to me that he struggles with the things that he does, considering how much play this case has gotten. You know what I mean? And all the interviews he's given himself. These things, some of the stuff that he's having trouble answering is bothering me. Yes, I agree. If you're asleep, the quiet doesn't wake you up. The noise would, though. Yeah. That's a good point. That's what I think we were trying to say.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I know, Krista. They do. Especially him. He seems like this is no big thing. Like it's just another walk in the park. You know, it's crazy. That's a good point, Senor. Or is, in this case, sleeping code for nodded out on drugs? That's why he went so hard saying there was no drugs, definitely no meth, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, could be too. I'm glad to hear that, Scott. Right. Yeah, Senor, that's right. I just want to know the truth about that morning. Who was awake? Who wasn't? Why? And truly, why were you not both up knowing the kids were awake? Period. I don't care if you're tired. If the other babies kept you up all night, then you shouldn't have had that baby if you couldn't handle the other ones. That's all I'm saying. That's Malaya's vehicle, I guess. I've never heard it spoken about before today, but he asked that aquarium because he said he didn't remember ever seeing that blanket when he went past the area that it was found multiple times. So he basically wanted to know, was it planted? I guess for his own well-being, to know if somebody was trying to set this up like that type of situation, I guess. No, they were talking about her car at that point, at the vehicle that she had, Tomboy, and that it was searched and stuff like that. That's all. I don't know, you guys. This is a bit of a mess. Really, bit of a mess. All right, they're saying that this was terrorism. So let's see what they say real quick here, if they're saying it.
UK police also sharing an update with us on this attack that we now know has been labeled as an act of terrorism. And I did want to play out just the brief update from police for you right now.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, my thoughts and those of my officers and staff are with the families of the loved ones who have been affected by today's horrific incident on what is the Jewish community's holiest day, Yom Kippur. This attack has been officially declared as a terrorist incident, and the investigation is now being led by counter-terrorist police. As has been confirmed by CT policing, we believe that the identity of the offender has been established, but until we are certain of this fact, it is premature to set out this detail at this juncture. In addition, I can confirm that 2 other individuals have been arrested in connection with this incident, and urgent inquiries are ongoing. We can confirm that 2 members of our Jewish community have sadly died as a result of this attack. Following a rapid response, armed officers from Greater Manchester Police intercepted the offender, and he was fatally shot by officers within 7 minutes of the original call. 4 further people remain in hospital, having suffered a variety of serious injuries, and their treatment is ongoing, and our thoughts are with them and their families. Inquiries are moving at pace, and very visible and proactive policing activity is ongoing across Greater Manchester and beyond. Updates will be provided as soon as is practicable. Our priority is to keep the public safe. At this time, we know that a car was driven directly at members of the public outside the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue on Middleton Road, Crumsall, in Manchester. The driver of the car was seen then to attack people with a knife. He was wearing about his body a vest which had the appearance of an explosive device. There were a large number of worshippers attending the synagogue at the time of this attack, but thanks to the immediate bravery of security staff and the worshippers inside, as well as the fast response of the police, the attacker was prevented from gaining access. All those inside were safely contained until police were able to confirm that it was safe to leave the premises. Yom Kippur is a day where we see our Jewish community attending their places of worship, places where they and their families should feel entirely safe from harm. I want to share my gratitude to all of those members of the public who called the police as soon as they saw what was happening. This allowed the quick response from our officers, who were able to act swiftly and bravely to bring this horrendous attack to an end. I also want to thank our partners from the other emergency services, local authorities, and the health service, who have provided their ongoing support to us throughout the day and will continue so to do over the coming days. I know that today's horrific events will have a significant impact on all of our communities, not only in Greater Manchester, but across our country. There will be lots of questions that people would like answers to, and quickly. But please understand that some of this will take time. What I can say is that the highly visible response to these dreadful incidents will be sustained as we work to understand the full circumstances of what has happened. I know that you will all join me in keeping those directly affected by what has happened in our thoughts and prayers. There are grieving families and communities at the heart of this in Greater Manchester and beyond. I would therefore ask that people refrain from sharing disturbing and insensitive content online. If you have information, then share it with the police. We stand with all of those affected and will continue to do everything in our power to keep our communities safe. Thank you.
British police say 2 people were killed and 3 others were seriously hurt in a synagogue attack in northern England on the holiest day of the Jewish year. The suspect is also believed to be dead after being shot by officers. Officials said people witnessed a car being driven towards members of the public and that one man had been stabbed near the Heaton Park Hebrew Congregation Synagogue. This is an area known for its large Jewish community. Police said the incident may have been worse had a quick-thinking member of the congregation not stopped the suspect from entering the building. British Prime Minister said he was appalled by the attack and additional police officers would be deployed at synagogues across the UK.
UK police are investigating what they say was a terrorist attack that unfolded outside of a UK synagogue. At the time, worshippers were inside marking Yom Kippur. Greg Palcott in London with the latest for us.
There it is, folks. It is officially labeled and considered a terrorist attack now, which we all knew to begin with, but
You know what's frustrating though is when you have like a 14-year-old girl from Dundee, Scotland, who is charged for brandishing, quote, offensive weapons.
Mm-hmm.
But there's an update to the story. And this is just a recent update. A man and a woman have been charged over the incident, which saw a video of a girl allegedly brandishing an axe and a machete, which went viral online.
Oh.
So she was the young girl was the one demonized and got all the press, initially. And now that time has passed. Now the real truth comes out, but the damage is already done.
That is true. That is true. Sadly. It's really sad if you think about. There was something else I was trying to pull out here too. To move forward with it. Anything else to add to what you were saying there, Eddie, or is that?
No, but I'm reading Sarah D. Irish's comment. It's illegal to carry pepper spray there. Yeah, and it's depending on what state in the United States, it could be illegal.
Yeah,
to have pepper spray, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's what blows my mind is in some states, like you said, yeah, it's illegal in some states in our nation to carry pepper spray, but then in other states we have the ability to open carry guns and the stand your ground law. Explain how that makes any sense from one state to the next. It makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
I think we were discussing that one of the last times Krista was talking about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. It just blows my mind. I'm trying to get this thing loaded up here for you guys real quick. Hold on. This might be it. Okay, yeah. Here's one of them. 1 second. One minute. This was live. I don't know if it still is or not, but here. This is in regards to the Charlie Kirk situation. Like I said, I'm sorry, you guys. There's so much going on. We were all over the board today, but I guess we're trying to get it all out here. Because there's so much happening today. It's crazy.
With respect to the phrase all witnesses.
Is identified that they have information about this order. So I think other than that, we wouldn't weigh in on any other matter.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that question. That's an important one. The court will rule that as the witnesses become known to each side, that information is conveyed to abide by this order. Obviously, there are potentially many witnesses. And so it's not the expectation that you would be able to do that up front, but as they become known, I would ask that you would inform them of this. Anything else, counsel?
Nothing from the state, nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recognize that we are here today for a waiver hearing. It is not our intent to waive a preliminary hearing in this matter. We are going to be seeking that one be set. However, based largely on what the state just referred to as far as the voluminous nature of the discovery materials, we do think it would be prudent to simply reset for another conference, another waiver hearing, a little bit down the road, where we have a better idea once we start seeing the discovery as it rolls in. I do recognize we're going to be getting that first batch in 5 days, but it's my understanding from our meeting today that there is massive amounts of digital that is going to be coming. And until we can kind of get our heads around exactly what we're dealing with and how much we need to process, it's going to be difficult for us to give you a reasonable expectation of when we will be ready to do the prelims. So we're asking today that we put that decision off, and maybe we could check in 30 to 60 days and just kind of let the court know where we're at and how much we're looking at and how much time we may need to set a preliminary hearing. Also, as far as a detention hearing, we are not asking the court to address that issue at this time. Under the statute, the issue is going to come down to the question of whether there's substantial evidence, which right now we're just not in a position at all to be able to even argue to the court. So we are probably going to ask that the court delay that decision possibly until the time of the prelim. But if it's sooner, we will ask the court for a hearing. But at this time, we are not asking the court to make any decisions on that matter.
Thank you, counsel. In regards to the next hearing date, how about October 30th at 10 a.m.?
That works for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
That's fine for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Now, as we're at the beginning, anything further from counsel from either side?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
As we are at the beginning of this case, it is my intent to only speak when I'm needed or it is necessary. But today I do wish to provide guidance and expectations that you can have for this court and wish to enter an order as well. As this case moves forward, Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights will be protected at every stage. He sits before this court presumed innocent, and that presumption remains unless and until each element of every offense charged against him is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. At this
Boy, wouldn't it have been nice if Judge Hippler would have followed those rules as he's supposed to? That would have been interesting. Sorry, guys. Just had to throw that in there.
No, you're right. I agree.
Because he absolutely didn't. There's proof right there that that's what's supposed to happen, but didn't. So, and Hippler spoke all the time when he wasn't supposed to. The fact that this judge said, I will only speak when I'm supposed to and when I'm spoken to, says a whole lot right there, folks. It will
Let's
be.
hope that this is not lip service.
Yeah,
and that he holds
He
true
holds
to,
to it, yes.
to this, what he's saying.
I fully agree with you on that, and we'll see. We'll see. Kent, this is the Charlie Kirk assassination situation going on. They said there was a bombshell dropped in this hearing, and I'm kind of looking for it. Yeah, right, exactly, Cat Lady. That would have been quite interesting. If, and then again, as long as Eddie's right, and it's not just lip service and him presenting himself to be this great judge and then not following through, you know. So we don't know yet.
Yeah, action's not worse. Can you imagine how much more deceived we would have been if Judge Hippler would have began like this guy began?
Right.
We would have been unable to believe what we're seeing due to what we heard him say.
Yeah, and you notice the differences with the openings with this? Like, Hippler opens up like this and says, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I'm happy to be here. This guy comes out and says, I'm only going to speak when I'm spoken or need to be when I need to, and so on and so. I'm like, How does the way here, folks? This is insane. And granted, they're different cases, but truly, we have a quadruple homicide in one, and we have a political figure that was assassinated in two. The weight of them, they're both pretty heavy, guys. Okay, so it just shows you the differences, and we'll see again, because lip service is lip service, folks. People say things all the time, and following through with them, that's a whole thing, you know. Very interesting how the two separate things they are. It just blows my mind. Blows my mind.
Same time, unless there's anything else. Thank you for being here. This court is in recess.
I didn't hear the bombshell there, but anyway, hold on a minute. Maybe I missed it then. Hold on a minute.
So was that lady that was speaking, that's the defense attorney? Is that part of the defense team?
Yes.
I would like to start to get to know some of these characters and their names and get familiar with them.
Yeah, I am doing that too, because I'm probably going to follow this trial for sure. And I want to know what's going on. I'm going to be following up on this for sure. Yes, I got my pointer out. So I think this might be in the beginning of it. They're saying where he makes this bombshell drop, I guess. I don't know. We'll see real quick here. Let me speed it up a little bit too.
Within 5 days of the defense's request, the discovery that we relied on in making this charging decision, we'll be prepared to do that. So we'll look for defense counsel's request over the next day or so, and we'll provide that to the defense.
Thank you.
We also, for the court's information, we met this morning with the defense team briefly in our office to talk about discovery and the process. So we'll be working together. There is a substantial amount of discovery in this case, Your Honor. It's voluminous, to say the least, and we're working on a process where we can exchange information as quickly as possible and be efficient in that process. The other item I had, Your Honor, I saw that over the weekend, there was a protection order, pretrial and trial publicity order entered by Your Honor. And I just was seeking some clarification on page 2, at the end of the first paragraph. It reads, "To that end, lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of prosecution or defense teams about the prohibitions contained in this order." The state, we're seeking some clarification with respect to the phrase "all witnesses," Your Honor. There are a number of witnesses that have yet to be identified that would likely be used in the state's case. This occurred in front of 2,000 to 3,000 students at Utah Valley University. So we're in the process of identifying those witnesses. And so those individuals are presently unknown right now. So we're looking for a little clarification from the court. And I suppose we're not going to make any arguments today, but there may be some follow-up pleadings that we may need to file.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, did you want to be heard about that issue?
No, Your Honor, we would defer to whatever the court wants to advise them on that matter. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that we don't know who all the witnesses are in this case yet. I think it's just important that if anyone is identified, that they have information about this order. So I think other than that, we wouldn't weigh in on any other matter.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that question. That's an important one. The court will rule that as the witnesses become known to each side, that information is conveyed to abide by this order. Obviously, there are potentially many witnesses, and so it's not the expectation that you would be able to do that up front. But as they become known, I would ask that you inform them of this. Anything else, counsel?
Nothing from the state. Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recognize that we are here today for a waiver hearing. It is not our intent to waive a preliminary hearing in this matter. We are going to be seeking that one be set. However, based largely on what the state just referred to as far as the voluminous nature of the discovery materials, we do think it would be prudent to simply reset for another conference, another waiver hearing a little bit down the road, where we have a better idea once we start seeing the discovery as it rolls in. I do recognize we're going to be getting that first batch in 5 days, but it's my understanding from our meeting today that there is massive amounts of digital that is going to be coming. And until we can kind of get our heads around exactly what we're dealing with and how much we need to process, it's going to be difficult for us to give you a reasonable expectation of when we will be ready to do the prelims. So we're asking today that we put that decision off, and maybe we could check in 30 to 60 days and just kind of let them in 5 days. But it's my understanding from our meeting today that there is massive amounts of digital that is going to be coming.
Please.
Chad Grunander, Jeff Gray, Lauren Hunt, Ryan McBride, and Chris Ballard for the state, Your Honor.
Good morning, councils.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, and Richard Novak on behalf of Mr. Robinson.
Morning, Ron. Good morning to you all. And to the jail. Do we have Mr. Robinson present?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Robinson, good morning to you as well. Council, as we begin, I have entered orders allowing the admittance of Mr. Michael Burt, Mr. Richard Novak, Pro Hoc Vice, and appointing them along with Ms. Catherine Nestor to be Mr. Robinson's counsel. The court enters findings that the combined experience of counsel meets and exceeds the requirements of Rule 8. Counsel, do we have, what would we like to accomplish today?
I have 2 items, Judge. I just wanted to make a record that under Rule 16 of the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure with respect to discovery, the state is required to provide to the defense within 5 days of the defense's request the discovery that we relied on in making this charging decision. We'll be prepared to do that, so we'll look for defense counsel's request or the next day or so, and we'll provide that to the defense.
Thank you.
We also, for the court's information, we met this morning with the defense team briefly in our office to talk about discovery and the process, so we'll be working together. There is a substantial amount of discovery in this case, Your Honor. It's voluminous, to say the least, and we're working on a process where we can exchange information as quickly as possible and be efficient in that process. The other item I had, Your Honor, I saw that over the weekend, there was a
time needed, or it is necessary, enters findings that the combined experience and until each element of every offense charged against him.
I have 2 items, Judge. I just wanted to make a record that under Rule 16 of the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure with respect to discovery, the state is required to provide to the defense within 5 days of the defense's request the discovery that we relied on in making this charging decision. We'll be prepared to do that, so we'll look for defense counsel's request or the next day or so, and we'll provide that to the defense.
Thank you.
We also, for the court's information, we met this morning with the defense team briefly in our office to talk about discovery and the process, so we'll be working together. There is a substantial amount of discovery in this case, Your Honor. It's voluminous, to say the least, and we're working on a process where we can exchange information as quickly as possible and be efficient in that process. The other item I had, Your Honor, I saw that over the weekend, there was a protection order, pretrial and trial publicity order entered by Your Honor. And I just was seeking some clarification on page 2, at the end of the first paragraph. It reads, "To that end, lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of the prosecution or defense teams. In like matter, we commit to approach this case with integrity, with professionalism and civility. We are true."
Weigh in on any other matter.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that question. That's an important one. The court will rule that as the witnesses become known to each side.
Okay, so there's nothing of any kind of bombshells that I saw. We've watched it almost 2 full times now. I watched this, and they were talking about him being shot from some camera that was hanging up from behind Charlie. They were claiming that they were, well, yeah, we saw all that. Yeah, there's no bombs in it. So that, we don't even need to follow that. Hang on here.
Dago, I wonder how many parallels, similarities between this case and the Brian Kohlberger IDAHO 4 case there is going to be, such as, is other evidence going to be circumstantial? Will they have any direct evidence?
Right.
It feels like already, to me, it feels like there's going to be motion to compel after motion to compel discovery and supplemental requests for discovery.
Yeah. I feel
Evidence that is lost or mishandled or deleted, corrupted, whatever. I just feel it.
Oh, I can agree. I definitely agree on that. There's going to be all sorts of things that go down on this, and it's going to be a long trial. So be prepared, folks. Be prepared. And I'm gonna run the trial.
The reason I feel it is because I don't think he did it.
I've been getting to that point here. Hold on here. Here's the other portion of what I had. I guess they're talking about seven disturbing things involving this case that they've been looking. A lot of people are really
the man accused of murdering
really looking hard at this one, and I have been as well in the background. I hope he does too. I hope the judge follows through with word for word what he said he was going to do. I'm curious. I truly am curious to see how it plays out. So let's check this out real quick and see what they're referring to on these new supposed issues and disturbing details with this real quick and see what happens here. Right, SRB. I'm not there yet either. Completely. I have questions and thoughts, but I'm not fully over the edge on this one yet. So
Charlie Kirk now has a lawyer, and he'll be back in court soon as he faces the possibility of the death penalty if convicted. And the investigation is far from over despite the arrest. I look at the biggest developments in the case. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. It's been a little more than 2 weeks since Charlie Kirk's life was taken by an assassin's bullet. 1 minute, Kirk was speaking to a big crowd on the campus of Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, and the next, he was gone. Shot in the neck. His wife, Erica, said the doctor told her that Charlie Kirk died instantly. At his memorial service last weekend, tens of thousands attended. A video showing Kirk in his final moments played.
Wow, look at that. Beautiful.
And that was just part of that video. And it wasn't long after that Kirk's life ended and a manhunt began. There were false starts as far as arrests go, but then a possible shooter was identified through surveillance video. Photos were released, and a mother 3 hours south of Orem in St. George believed she recognized the young man in the photos. She believed it was her son.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding an event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate.
Tyler Robinson's parents and a family friend convinced him to turn himself in. The sheriff of Washington County said there was a negotiation of sorts because Robinson was afraid of being shot, ironically. The manhunt ended after 33 hours. The Utah County prosecutor filed information charging Tyler Robinson with aggravated murder, tampering with evidence, and witness tampering. County Attorney Jeff Gray read the text messages that he said Robinson sent to his roommate, his romantic partner, who was transitioning from male to female.
On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. The following text exchange, then took place. After reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson, "I am still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still.
To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. Roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson, I am. I'm sorry. Roommate, I thought they caught the person. Robinson, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Roommate, why? Robinson, why did I do it? Roommate, yeah. Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence.
Think you've seen it all? Think again. 50 Ways to Catch a Killer brings you real cases where detectives had to flip the script to take down cold-blooded killers. Hosted by 50 Cent, this isn't your typical crime show. It's a high-stakes, twist-filled ride into the minds of investigators who think outside the badge to break the case. From unforgettable setups to shocking reveals, every episode proves when killers think they got away with murder, think again. Watch 50 Ways to Catch a Killer with 50 Cent exclusively on Fox Nation. The county attorney said that rifle was a .30-06 and had been given to Robinson by his grandfather. Those text messages continued.
Roommate, how long have you been planning this? Robinson, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson again, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. IDEK, if it's had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Didn't have the ability or time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The F in messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notice bulge UWU on Fox News, I might have a stroke, all right. I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine, IDK. I think that was a $2K scope. Wink, wink. Robinson again, delete this exchange. Again, Robinson, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me, RN, not answering. Robinson, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Robinson, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. Again, you are all I worry about, love. That came from Robinson. Roommate, I'm much more worried about you. Robinson, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent.
And we're going to talk a little bit more about those texts later on with Sky Lazaro. There are still many, many questions about what could drive a one-time straight A student and a college scholarship recipient to want to take a person's life. An arrest may have been made, but the investigation is still ongoing. It's far from over. The FBI has said that Robinson's roommate is cooperating. Last Sunday, FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X that every possibility is being investigated. Patel wrote, as the director of the FBI, I am committed to ensuring the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination is thorough and exhaustive, pursuing every lead to its conclusion. The full weight of America's law enforcement agencies are actively following the evidence that has emerged, but our efforts extend beyond initial findings. We are examining every facet of this assassination. We are meticulously investigating theories and questions, including the location from where the shot was taken, the possibility of accomplices, the text message confession and related conversations, Discord chats, the angle of the shot and bullet impact, how the weapon was transported, hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of his assassination, and visitors to the alleged shooter's residence in the hours and days leading up to September 10th, 2025. Some details are known today, while others are still being pursued to ensure every possibility is considered. Our primary focus is to complete this investigation and deliver justice. To protect the integrity of the investigation and subsequent prosecution, we cannot release every piece of information we have to the public right now. We will ensure every question is addressed at the appropriate moment. Regarding specific details, such as questions about the plane that allegedly turned off its transponder after departing from an airport near the assassination site, we can share updates when answers are confirmed. After interviews with the pilot in consultation with the FAA, we determined the transponder was not turned off. Incomplete flight data in rural areas caused the apparent gap. The entire FBI mourns the loss of Charlie Kirk. We will not rest until justice is served, and our investigation into this assassination will continue until every question is answered. So right there, Patel is saying they're investigating every theory, probably just to run down every lead and every possibility to see what's true and what's not. Patel testified in front of Congress last week and said this about Discord, the messaging platform, whose spokesperson has said that Tyler Robinson didn't plan the crime on the site, but he admitted to the shooting after the fact. Take a listen.
Reports have suggested that the FBI is investigating a broader network of groups that may have had some knowledge of the shooter's plans. Can you give us any details on that, following up what you already said in public? How's the FBI working to find other potential accomplices, folks who may have known about the shooter's plans, folks who may have encouraged him? Any update on any of that?
So in terms of what we do for an interrogation perspective, we go and reach out to the family and community immediately. And we've conducted those investigations and interrogations with local law enforcement. And we're continuing to do that because those closest to the suspect are going to hopefully know the most about the suspect and his beliefs and his ideology. On top of that, unfortunately, it has been leaked that there was a Discord chat. And for those unfamiliar with it, it's a gaming chat room online that the suspect participated in. So what we're doing, we've already done, is serve legal process, not just on Discord, so that the information we gathered is sustained and held in a evidentiary posture that we could use in prosecution should it be decided to do so. And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Okay, very good. I see the public reports that the Discord thread had as many as 20 additional users. It sounds like you're trying to run down all of that to see if that's accurate, who else may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that, and we're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20?
Yes, sir.
And you're running all of that to ground?
Every single one.
Now, Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, and now the CEO of Turning Point USA, the organization that Charlie Kirk founded when he was just 18 years old, spoke at his memorial service about the loss of her husband.
On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body. I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror and a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed.
And there was a really unbelievable moment at this service where Erica Kirk, who's mourning the loss of her husband, Charlie, and she now has 2 young children to raise without their father, she offered incredible words of mercy and grace to his alleged assassin.
That young man On the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Now, remember, at Robinson's initial court appearance, he didn't have an attorney, but now that's changed. The county commission has approved hiring Kathy Nestor to represent Robinson. She has another famous or infamous client, depending on how you look at it, in Utah. Nestor and her law partner also represent Corey Richins, the children's book author accused of murdering her husband, Eric, by poisoning him back in March of 2022. So Kathy Nestor and whichever co-counsel she chooses are now Tyler Robinson's lawyers, and he's due back in court on Monday. So to talk about the very latest, I want to bring in Sky Lazaro. She is a criminal defense attorney in Utah. So Sky, I want your thoughts first and foremost on the choice of defense attorney here. You know, they've appointed a public defender. It is Kathy Nestor, and I guess she has co-counsel. She's going to need co-counsel. She will need a lot of help, a mitigation expert. So you are familiar with her. She is part of the team that took over Corey Richins' defense. So tell us about her taking this case.
That's correct. Kathy's been in Utah for a long time. She worked for the Federal Defender's Office, doing public defense work for them for a long time. And now she's out in private practice, but has taken the appointment and in both the Richins case and in the Robinson case as court-appointed counsel. I believe what happened is the Utah County Public Defender's Office basically said, we don't have the resources to do this. You know, you're going to have to get somebody else appointed on this case and fund it separately from what allotment is given to us already by the county. And so I don't know what that selection process looked like, if they reached out individually to people. I believe that they were reaching out to people to see who had interest in it or who would take it. And I believe Kathy agreed.
And they'd have to obviously be death qualified. They'd have to be, qualified to handle a case such as this one. And as a former federal defender, I'm sure she is. This is a lot to take on, though. I mean, she's got the Richins case coming up next year. This, of course, unless they say, yeah, we want a speedy trial, I don't see this going to trial early next year, late next year, probably the very earliest this could happen, if not 2027.
That's correct. So Utah, our statute requires that people be qualified under Rule 8 to be death penalty counsel. The ABA has standards out there for the way these cases need to be defended. She is definitely going to need co-counsel and mitigation experts in this case. I think this is going to be a very costly and time-consuming case on top of Richins. But Kathy's done this a long time, and if she has things set up to have appropriate counsel to help, because she has another practice as well, private practice as well, to help with those cases, to afford the time for the both. I would assume she's, looked at that closely, and the county doesn't seem to have any issues with that as well.
So talk to me about what's going to.
Okay, is it just me? Or that woman's eyes scare me. There's something about her eyes that are weirding me out. Sorry, folks. I don't know why. Any comments thus far on this, Eddie? Or
I'm glad that Kathy Nestor has an easy name to remember.
Yes.
That's a plus.
Yes, that's a good one. That is a good one.
The other thing is we got to be watching for how the mainstream media handles that, because if this is a frame job, then there's going to be that similarity. We'll see them convicting him in the court of public opinion ahead of time.
Well, here's my question, folks. Are we ever going to see a normal crime with a normal trial ever again? Just saying. or a
That's a good
normal
question.
investigation.
We should
Yeah.
be watching for them with the authentic ones. We should cover
Yeah.
those, when they come about, so we can contrast the difference.
It almost well, I've been kind of doing that, dude. That's the weird thing because it's almost like that's the minority now as compared to the majority. You know what I'm saying? It's weird because how many cases have I covered that me personally that I know were not on the up and up? The Delphi case, the Karen Reed case, I didn't cover fully, but I covered the first one I did, kind of. The Delphi trial. All of these cases have been on the the sideways slant, not the up and up, and it's weird. So it's making me wonder: are we going to get anything? Are we ever going to go back to the norm where somebody's actually following the law and it's real? That's the hard part with this. But yeah, the eyelashes are crazy with her. She's just weird. She reminds me of an alien or something. I don't know. But anyway, but yeah, I have to agree with Scott was saying that the where'd it go? The energy is just, the whole thing is it's just strange, very strange. Good to see you gracefully. So anyway, but yeah, good point, very good point. October 30th, and he'll be present in court. Well, we'll see what happens with that one for sure. I'm just giving you guys a quick once over with this here because I have. And I think a lot of us have a whole lot of questions with this, guys, and we're going to follow this one all the way through because of what happened with it. I don't know, but good point, though. Nestor is a good, easy name to remember. That is very, very, very good point. And yes, it is beyond bizarre. But this has been an amazing. I just wanted to let you know. Oh, well, thank you, Cat Lady. I appreciate you so very much. I always do. And I'm glad that you enjoy it. That makes my day. On we go.
Happen on Monday. Obviously, Tyler Robinson did not have counsel during his first court appearance. Greg Skordas appeared and said, look, I'm not representing him, but I'm assisting and helping find somebody. So he was kind of a consultant looking to help find counsel for Tyler Robinson, counsel that was qualified, that could take this case. Maybe they even took bids. Who knows? I don't know how they did this. But what's going to happen on Monday when Tyler Robinson appears?
This will be his first appearance with his appointed attorney. And so I don't expect a lot to happen in this case. My guess is or what I would expect to happen is that the court will put on the record that Ms. Nestor has taken on the appointment. She's willing to abide by the standards and the statutory guidelines in defending him. And I think they'll just sort of talk next steps. Do we need to just set another status conference? What's the status of discovery? I don't think we're getting to a preliminary hearing anytime soon in this case, although, he may assert some speedy trial rights and decide that's how he wants to do it. But I think this investigation is ongoing on the part of the government as well. And so there's going to be additional discovery that continues to come out. So my guess is this is really just going to be a status. This is, you get to come to court with your lawyer. Here's the next steps.
Yeah, that's what I would kind of expect because we're so early on in this case, and maybe they've turned over some discovery already, but still the discovery in this case will be voluminous and the investigation is really ongoing. I mean, they may have some discovery to hand over right now, but this investigation is far from over the way the FBI director makes it sound.
I would agree with that. In Utah, they have to turn over any information that they relied upon in filing the information. So any discovery that was relied upon in filing the charging document needs to be provided to the defense within, I believe it's 10 days or a very short period of time. But in most major cases or major felony cases, especially this case, discovery is always ongoing. I think there's always things that come in late or things the defense asks to go, ask the state to go get for them and supplemental discovery requests, things along that nature.
So the discovery is going to be voluminous. And one thing that she is going to receive in this discovery are those text messages that the prosecutor says are between Tyler Robinson and his roommate, who was his romantic partner. And these things read like a confession. It's so, I mean, it's very weird to me, Sky. I don't know. I mean, there's just something about them that don't sit right with me. And I don't know if it's because I'm just have a.
Oh my God. Do what?
She gets credit. I can't believe that she's trying to be objective.
Yes, I know. The thing that's killing me is her voice, Eddie. Oh my God. That's what she reminds me of. It's like a Valley girl. It's just driving me nuts. Hey, Josie, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. And Moonlight, good to have you back. But yeah, you got to give her that because she doesn't typically go there. So
we'll see if it continues. They were, mainstream was initially in the IDAHO4. They were really objective, and then they slowly all turned. So we'll see if Anjanette Levy's objectivity remains.
Yeah. Agreed. So we're already on that one, pointing it out, folks. I can't either, Moonlit. I know her voice is just so like I love SRB stating it. Her voice grates on my nerves. I love it. That's great. It does truly. Her and Banfield both. Yes, I did see that. Austin is now awake and is walking with help. He was able to brush his teeth unassisted. This morning, he doesn't remember anything that happened. That's probably good. That's usually good. And it looks like his motor skills are, I saw that his motor skills are all coming back to where they should be. So prayers do get answered, folks, that this young man it did not completely lose his life, become a vegetable, or any of that at this point. So this is all good news, and it's good to hear. And thank you for the update, Busy. I appreciate it. I was watching and following that little by little, so that's I'm glad you threw that in here.
Dale, did you? Speaking of updates on that one, did you see Jules True Crime posted kind of the latest on that? He did die on the way.
He died on the way to the hospital in the ambulance. His heart stopped. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And there's also another statement that I think his father had made. Yes, Tomboy. Between eyelashes and the Valley Girl, the two of them are killing me. His father made a statement that he didn't start the fight. It wasn't him that started it. So he retaliated after being swung on first. So that does answer that question. If that is absolute fact, I guess it was filmed. We didn't see that part of it. So, and I guess we can go from there forward on that and what happens with it. Because I hope if that's the case that there are charges filed. I do. For instigating or starting the fight, the first assault, whatever you want to call it. But if it was, I don't know how that would work out though, because they both interacted in that as a normal fight. It's just the excessive use of force is what's going to have to be found to be the issue where it comes into play as far as the damage and all that goes. And they have to prove it. It's wonderful to have you here, Josie. I hope you're doing well. I love your new avatar, by the way. Excuse me. So
yeah, we've all seen UFC fights, I'm sure. If not, even in boxing, that's why there's a referee, because after there's been a TKO or a knockout, the referee is quick to jump in and even obstruct and get in the way with his own body, because the one with the upper hand, after the other one is unconscious or whatever, unable to defend themselves at any rate, they jump in and they prevent those finishing blows, which oftentimes happen, because how can someone in fight mode automatically turn it off so quick?
You just can't.
Right. And that was not there. It is possible. We, our view is obstructed by the tree. He had enough time. It is possible that after he slammed him to the ground, that he, possibly continued to, grab him by the.
You can see that he hits him.
Collar.
He hits him a few more times. You can see like 3 or 4 more times he punches them after they hit the ground. So
punching, grabbing the body and slamming the head back to the ground. Who knows what? But the hopefully the witnesses will know and will open up and share that if that's the case?
Yo, 100%. Yeah, and it could have been. Siggy's right. It could have been considered a manslaughter charge if he would have passed away, obviously. And there still could be criminal damage charges and criminal assault charges put on whoever did this. Like I said, we don't know how many people were filming. We saw one angle because you know how kids are nowadays. They pull camera phones out as soon as the fight starts. There's probably 50 different versions of it. We could get the other side of it. And if he does get him on the ground, boom, 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 multiple times, yes. Or the punching, when you punch somebody's head when it's on the concrete, their head bounces, okay? And it causes more damage. In turn, the seizure starts, okay? We'll find it. I'm sure we'll find it somewhere. It'll be out here. And if that's the case, I hope that there's charges pressed because it's too much. It doesn't need to be that way. If you can't just stand up man-to-man, fight with your fists without trying to kill each other, okay? Then don't do it at all. Walk away. And it's probably for something that is so stupid that it didn't even need to be a fight. That's all I'm saying. So somebody always trying to be the bigger man with the bigger muscles. And I'm sick of seeing it. Too many people are getting hurt and losing their lives over stupid shit. I don't know. Moscow people don't seem to video things talking about. A good point, Fizzy. Good point. Good point. I love it. Yes, absolutely, Miss Josie. We love you. And that's probably true too. That they'll, again, we're biased, folks, and that's what we expect. Maybe they'll prove us wrong. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Just saying.
Had a hard time believing that a 22-year-old texts his significant other and says all this stuff on text. I don't know. There's just something about it. It just seems very strange. The roommate seems shocked. Like, what? That was you on here? And he says, remember when I was engraving bullets? Like, that's just something people sit around and do. I don't think that's something people sit around and do. What are your thoughts on the text message confession?
These texts are different or weird. I don't know how to characterize them either. There also seem to be a snapshot. I know, we know that the roommate was cooperating with police and provided these. And so I think what we saw come out through the information is just a small snapshot of these. I agree with you. I don't think the roommate, at least based on these text messages, had no idea that any of this was going to happen, or even after it did happen, that it was him until, he said that, yeah, it was me, and then reacted with shock. I would hope that through this discovery process, they get a full download. They're at least probably going to get one of Tyler's phone. And they should get my guess is they'll go get the full text string between him and the roommate or anybody else he was communicating with about this incident as well, because they seem a little, I don't want to say disjointed, but they don't really make a lot of sense. That you just all of a sudden would be, I'm going to go do this. And
she's absolutely right about that. There's no timestamps. There's many issues with these text messages that I have too. So yeah, I think those need to be investigated deeply. The fact that the FBI is investigating what they quote unquote call the conspiracy theories on this is very impressive to me. And I'm curious as to why, because they typically wouldn't, unless it's known that these things aren't truly conspiracy theories and they've come to be truth. And that's the scary part.
And not tell anybody and not tell the people closest to me. And there may be other communications on other platforms as well that maybe the state wasn't even aware of at the time that they filed charges. So I think we're going to see more come out of that to kind of at least kind of build the picture of what it really was. We see text messages and communications used in cases all the time, and it's easy to take a snapshot and make it look maybe worse than it was or better than it was, without getting the full context of a conversation.
I mean, but he literally admits to shooting Charlie Kirk. I mean,
I think if those can be authenticated, and those, there's still the rules of evidence, if those are authenticated and those come in and you can't keep them out, which I don't think you can keep them out if they can authenticate them, those are really, really damaging text messages. I don't know how you get past them. It's an admission.
Yeah, you're right about those text messages because those text messages are definitely disjointed. The ellipses on there, you can see that they're showing, okay, this is one group of text messages, then we have another group of text messages, then another. It is concerning that the roommate, I guess, and he's 22 years old, but the whole thing about, well, there's been a lot made of, well, he didn't go to the police or the feds. They had to find him and interview him. But if he's cooperating, and they've been saying that the roommate is cooperating, I don't know if I expect really anything to come of this as far as the roommate goes, as far as charges go. Could be just a cooperating witness who was scared.
And I don't think that they will charge him unless something else comes out or they become aware of more information. The fact that he didn't come forward right away, I don't think that is abnormal in cases. I see that all the time. And in cases where boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, friends, they know what people have done and they don't come forward. Now, as long as they don't lie, when police come and interview them and they tell the truth and cooperate, they're probably not facing obstruction charges. As long as they didn't do something to destroy evidence or somehow impede the investigation, simply not coming forward, I don't think would be grounds to charge someone. Although, I mean, this case, they may be more aggressive in it, but I would say in most cases, unless there's something more out there, I don't expect to see charges on the roommate just because he didn't come forward initially. They had to go find him.
Let's talk about the possibility of federal charges now. That's been discussed. It sounds like the feds really, really, really would like to charge him. But Tyler Robinson, as far as we know, there's no allegation that he crossed state lines. He was from the St. George area. He drives up north to Utah County and allegedly kills Charlie Kirk. There's no, I'm trying to see where the federal part of this comes in. It could have something to do with if they find out that he used an internet platform to communicate with people about this. At this point, they're saying he only said after the fact that he did it on Discord. I'm not seeing anything that could be federal here just yet.
I agree with you. And I think that's why we haven't seen a federal indictment come forth either, or even just a charging document. They're going to have to find something that's going to trigger federal jurisdiction, some sort of interstate commerce type movement. Now, if they go through his phone and it turns out there was conspiracy or he was paid by somebody out of state, maybe then you can start to get there with individuals. But based on what we know, I don't see a federal murder charge coming, and I don't think that there's grounds for it based on what they have, or at least what we know in the press right now on this case. I do know that they would probably really like to get him charged somehow, but if the state's going to pursue the death penalty, and Utah County has been very active in filing death penalty cases, I think you're just better to let the one prosecution run. If you were concerned that the state wasn't actually going to pursue death penalty or was going to cave on it, maybe then you find a way to charge them federally too. But at this point, as much as I think they'd like to for political reasons, I agree with you. I don't think that they have the facts to support it right now.
Well, quite interesting. I'm really hold on a minute, you guys. Sorry. really interested to see how this plays out too. I have one more thing for you guys that our friend Docket threw out there. He did a great job on it, and then we're out of here. That I wanted to share with you. It's really interesting too. Docket always does good stuff. So please, if you will, make sure that you're subscribed to Docket Decoder. He does great stuff.
Real quick on what we just saw, Dale.
Yeah, we're going to discuss that first. I just wanted to let you guys know. Go ahead, buddy.
I feel like there's a mixture there. Some of that, some objectivity and some like a bias, and that's something that we saw all the time with the Brian Kohlberger case, is how they'd get the panel gas up there and then they would steer the narrative, and they would oftentimes go into fantasy land in order to make it be, demonize Brian Kohlberger, such as, oh, the rage, he just hated women, couldn't have what they had, or the vials of blood, that's why there's unknown blood in the house, and he's a cannibal, or incel. He's got it, and then they get into his mind, like he's got to always be the smartest man in the room. So I was getting a little bit of that in this, the panel guest was kind of misdirected when she was talking about how as long as I don't think the other his lover will be charged, because it's pretty common, they don't always come forward right away, as long as they're not destroying evidence and blah blah blah. It's like that's kind of misguided,
Yeah, I can agree. I just realized the time, so that's probably going to do it, guys. I didn't think it was that far into it, but we'll be looking at that docket stuff either later on or tomorrow. But yeah, I agree with you on that, Eddie, and I have a feeling this is going to be very interesting, and we'll get there, Cat Lady, I promise. I'm just trying to catch up on everything because I've been so engulfed in Idaho. I haven't had a chance to catch up on all these other things, so I promise you we'll catch up with it all. I'm in no rush. I'll put it out as soon as I can, the best way I can, so we'll see. But this Charlie Kirk thing is unraveling to be something quite interesting, just saying. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, guys, there was a whole AI thing that happened. It's not the same person. Right. They screwed that up. Okay. That it wasn't that they put it out. The AI needs to stay out of stuff like this. I said that the day they did it. It's obvious that those are two separate looking people. And that's where they screwed up with that. They're not two different real people, okay? They did an AI on one and they had the real guy on the other one, and they're not even close. I'm sorry. That is what happened with that. That's why it looks that way.
That is akin to, a white sedan that resembles suspect vehicle 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
It's a person of the similar height and race, etc., that resembles our primary suspect. That's what it's going to be in this case. It's not going to be this is him. It's going to be it resembles him.
That's exactly it. And like I pointed out to you in that photograph, as soon as I immediately saw that photo, I was like, stop right there. Hold on. That's AI. Different hat, different shirt, different facial structure. The chin, Eddie pointed it out too, like the chin's different. The nose is different. This is different. You don't do that in a case like this. We need the actual photograph. That's it. Don't confuse the public. We don't need that. Okay. So you're welcome, Siggy. Thank you for being here. There's the problem. And we're going to see things like this again and again and more. Okay. We need to make sure that it's known that we don't want it. Okay. So when you see it, complain about it. Yeah. The buck teeth, right? Complain about it, folks. It's not what we're supposed to be getting. You give us real facts, truth, period. Not this AI bullshit. Nothing else. I want nothing but real truths and facts in every case. We are owed that. We deserve that. Period. Nothing less. And there's no excuse for any of that. If you're going to put it out there, do it the right way, because mainstream media and other entities are so much the problem, folks. It's not us. We are the only ones that put truth out anymore. If you look into that, it's fact. or at least try to. Most of us, not everybody, but most of us. So, give me one quick second, Eddie, real fast. All right, sorry. Mrs. Dago says she's sorry for interrupting. Yeah, we can, Tomboy. So yeah, that's a big deal to me with this. I can no longer handle falsities, lies, AI, any of it. I want real facts and truth in every case we look at, folks, and we should get that. Truly, that's my biggest thing with these things. Right, Krista, I agree. The photograph was stupendously dumb. And if you didn't think anybody was going to call that out, you're ridiculous too. You know what I mean? So whatever.
Yeah. It's very, the ones that don't get our attention much are, there are so many of those that they kind of fly under the radar.
Mhm.
Madeline Kingsbury of Winona, Minnesota was one that kind of got our attention, and nobody, it was true crime content creators did, a few of them cover it, but it wasn't like controversial, and there wasn't all these red flags and inconsistencies. And I think those red flags and inconsistencies are what draw everyone's attention, and that's the ones that are going to get all the press.
Yeah, oh yeah, I covered that one.
And
I think
yep.
Adam Frable was the one that did it, right? Her boyfriend.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
they're few and far between, and they're not very intriguing. They're just run of the mill. But I sense that there's going to be problems with Discovery. The prosecutor kind of alluded to that when he said, "Well, we'll give them, the Discovery that we relied on to, make the arrests."
That is true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I covered this 2 years ago. This is my file from it. Crazy story, but a good point, Eddie. Good point, and good reference too. I appreciate that. And as far as the like the Discovery, I think that's exactly why she brought it up. You know what I mean? She seems pretty square. Attorney Nestor, good name to remember, easy one. So we'll see. And be expecting to follow this one through, folks, because I'm doing it. I want to see how this goes. I really want to see how this is handled. Especially with a situation like this, I think we should see this. I think it'll be good. It'll be educational to us. And hopefully, my right hand up, it'll be done the right way. There's already things wrong with it. So we'll see. You know what I mean? I'll be following up on it more, of course, before the trial starts. But yeah, this is the guy that was found to be the Madeline's killer. Just in case you haven't yet, make sure you hit that thumbs up. Make sure you listen to SRBB. She's mean. She'll beat you up. But anyway, Transformers in the house. Good to see you. Though heartbreaking.
That Madeline Kingsbury, reading that affidavit of probable cause, you can really see the contrast between that, a well-written PCA, and the one in the IDAHO4.
And there's been so many far few in between, like you said, that I'm going to be looking out for them, as I know you will, and we'll be covering them, folks, just so you can get an educational process out of it to see remember how it's supposed to be done when we do get them. You know what I mean? There's so many different cases we're covering. It's just insane. Thank you so much, Transformer. I appreciate you. Jana, sister, Krista McCrory's case. That one, the Timmy, Barbara Hall's son, Timmy, that case we covered. All of those cases, guys, have all been botched, screwed up. Something's wrong with the investigation through the whole thing, and almost everything we've ever looked at, there's something wrong with it. I'd love to see one case that we cover that just goes by the book, flows like the water it's supposed to, and it works out in the end like it should. Because I don't think I've seen many of them at all, if any, truly. Like the Kingsbury case, yeah. And there's a couple that are just black and white, open and shut, bing, bang, boom, but we don't see them very often at all. Yeah, agreed. That way we can see it for what it is, SRB, because we don't get to see that. That's a whole problem out here. A lot of people don't understand, and some people automatically think because of what we see so often, everything is a conspiracy theory. It's a corruption case. It's a frame job. It's, you know what I mean? And it's not their fault. Truly, it's not anybody's fault because it's what we're given. So,
but thanks as always, Dave. Nice hanging out and chat with everybody today.
Yes. Great show as always.
Maybe catch you later.
Yeah, if not later, it'll be tomorrow. I don't make that promise anymore because the boss is the boss, so it is what it is.
That's right.
I will, if at the very least, I'll see you guys tomorrow. It was a great show. Great. We covered a lot today. I was surprised we got to cover it all. Thank you, Eddie. Always happy to have you here, guys. You guys are amazing. You know it. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, Leilani and yeah, those were pretty good. I agree with you, but those were kind of open shut in a sense. You know what I mean? There was really no way to conspiratize those, in my opinion. Just saying. He is very much. I agree. I agree with you, Tomboy. He is. So, but yeah, good call on that too, SRB. I agree. Yeah, that's a really great statement too, Transformer. I appreciate that thought. But yes, you guys are great. I appreciate you very much for getting through this with us. A lot of stuff to talk about, you guys. And there were things happening at the same time as us trying to run the other things I was talking about. And I even got to slide in on those a little bit too to keep you guys informed. So I was proud of today's show. It was a good one. Great conversation. Great thoughts from all of you as always. Very much appreciated. I love it when these shows go this way and we can cover a multitude of things because there's so much going on in the true crime world, folks. It's like, does anything else exist? Do you know what I mean? Or is the world based on a crime? It's what it looks like anymore. It's crazy. But anyway, nothing but love to you guys. I appreciate you all. You are so very amazing. Thank you so much to my moderators for a great job. Eddie, thank you once again, my friend. Taylor, thank you for popping up here as well. I may possibly, don't get excited, be able to see you later. Or you probably aren't excited, but you know what I mean. I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but I would be excited to be able to come back later. But if not, I'll see you tomorrow for sure. Love you guys to death. I appreciate you all. Anybody that may have donated to support the channel, God bless. Thank you so much. Never expected. Always appreciated. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. Please don't change a thing. You are the beautiful people. And I will see you very, very, I'm going to be looking at that too, Josie. I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible